I'm going to get absolutely wrecked, man. So it will... like, oh my god. I know, she's going to fuck me up. I know. Gonna fuck me up. Cool news, though. We are checking out a bit of Warframe tomorrow, as well as some FF. Because they've had their update, so we can see the difference of what was happening there. Which I'm excited for as well. So we got that, and we got Magic on Friday, and we got Pokemon coming. Yeah, boy! When's Pokemon releasing? Pokemon! Gonna catch them all. Well, I'm not gonna catch them all, because some of them are really hard to make. On the 19th. So it comes out on Friday. So, ooh. When do we jump into that? That's a good question. When do we jump into that? I'm out Friday night. I have to be social on Friday night. I've got to go out with Emma's friends on Friday. Maybe Saturday. And then I'm going to say that and not be here Saturday. Yeah, I've got to go out with Emma's friends. Yeah, I've got to go. I've got to be social. I've got to be a social man with a social agenda. Not even social on your own friends? None of my friends live in my country. Keys in a jar? No, nothing like that. I don't even know what we're doing. I suggested we do a murder mystery night, and they'd never heard of murder mystery nights. I'm pretty sure, like, any form of game is unknown to normies. Right? It is the Painsmith. It's Painsmith and more people. Yeah, it's the Painsmith and more people. Yeah, you go to one of them murder mystery places where you have dinner and then somebody dies and then you've got to find out who the murderer was. Right, see? We all know what that is. They don't know what that is. They don't know. I suggested, why don't we do that? Because they haven't got a plan. They just want to go out and be social. That's it. I can't live like this. I can't live with this level of uncertainty. I want to know what's going on. Nope. Nope. It's just we want to be out and we want to be together. And that's the plan. I can't drink a lot of beer. I'm busy. Miradak, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you so much. It's really generous of you, dude. We're actually going to join you for the next Alex raid fight or a different data center. I think we finished. We killed Alex. Unless, I don't think there's another one. There might be. Until we go into Savage. Yeah. UK is such a perfect setting. Right? For murder mystery? It totally is. I checked my Steam gifts, right? I did check my Steam gifts. And we have to be better. I mean this, like, as a community, we have to be better. Where is it? Pending gifts. Right, let's look at this here. Okay, we have to do better as a community. Because this is just mean. Hi, Mike. Since you don't want to go to Poland, Poland will come to you. Best wishes, Ravenrib. Bum Simulator. Right? Now, if I was to, like, post this on Twitter or anywhere else, people would assume that I'm there's some genuine hatred towards Poland. Right? And this is all you. And you're Polish. It's got good reviews, man. Bum Simulator is a sandbox game bursting with inappropriate humor and memorable characters. You live on the street of Bumville. You have what it takes to adapt, survive, and become an urban legend. It reminds me of a video game of them awful bum fight videos, right? Don't accuse people of being Polish. He is Polish! I'm not accusing him of anything. That's just fact. What are my overall thoughts of the Alexander fight? I would have liked... I think my only slight criticism was slightly more variety in boss looks, but the Alexander fight was amazing. Like, really, really cool. Hold on. Let's have a look here real quick. I get the robotic theme, don't get me wrong. Like, the Alexander fight is the best fight in there, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out when it's fully mechanically operating. I liked that... I kind of liked that fight where it was dragging the robot parts into him, like the arms and things, and managing the ads. That was pretty cool. You don't really get a clue of the bosses here to remember which each one was. I think there was about 6 fights in there that I thought were really, really good, and I was terrified. That one where you inject yourself with the stuff to turn into a monkey and stuff, that was really awesome as well. That was super fun. That was a super fun experience. Like, I very much enjoyed that one. I'd have to go back through them to remember them all individually. Yeah, A5. I still can't get used to your nomenclature for the raids. Like, why is it not Alexander Arm and things like that? I find that easier to remember than, like, A5. I get the referencing now. Because these aren't numbered in any way. Oh, Arm is mentioned twice, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I see that, yeah. 2 cuffs, 2 fists. Well, you're not named after the bosses either, right? Because the bosses are named. The bosses are named. It's going to take me a while to get used to that, to realise, oh, that boss is A5, and that one's A6 and 7, and things like that. I understand the form of it. I get it. It's A boss 5, Alexander boss 5. But usually it's done by name, right? Usually it's done by boss name. Avoid spoilers. Does boss name really have spoilers? If you didn't know what you were fighting and I said Ravana, how is that? Would that be a spoiler? It can have spoilers. In FF it can. Older FF games. Oh, I see. I mean, one of the things I do want to do once we kind of wrap up probably Endwalker is actually go and do some of the older FF games. This is my first FF game that I've invested time into. I played 7 briefly, but years after it came out on the PC, and it was not a good port, and it looked like shit. You know what I mean? It just looked like absolute arse cakes. So, it was, I mean, especially... I've been saying this for months, because when we did Chrono Trigger, that was one of the best games I've ever played. Like, even today, we played Chrono Trigger in 2020, right, Bex? I think it was, or 2021. Wasn't that long ago. And it was just incredible. It was so good. Like, FF4 looks like it'd probably still hold up really well. I think it was good. It was this year. Yeah, Chrono Trigger was, like, one of the best games I've ever played. And it came out when? Like, it's one of those things that you just, like, Chrono Trigger... I think it was 89, maybe? Or 94? Something like that. Old 95. Yeah, 95. Chrono Trigger came out in 1995, and that game still holds up so damn well today. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, looking back at the other FF games, I imagine the ones on the PlayStation probably look the most outdated, right? Like, 7 on the PC looks awful, not the remake, remaster, combo wombo. The original 7 looks awful. I'm not sure how FF8 looks. But I think the ones on the Super Nintendo and stuff would probably look absolutely fine today, because those graphics can be blown up really well. It's got to be the original cutscenes in the original FFs that are going in the older FFs that are going to look a bit weird. FF got remastered. FF8 looks terrible too. Yeah, it's hard. Like, we played the original Resident Evils. We played them on the PlayStation. I still had the PS3, and they were fine as well. They were absolutely fine. Like, some of them still hold up, some of them don't. It's pretty good. He's good. I'm not trying to start a war. I haven't played them, alright? Just to be fucking clear on this, I didn't say anything. I didn't say a goddamn thing, right? I said I want to play them. I don't know if they're good or bad, so don't crawl into my butthole about this stuff. I'm not slagging them off. Right? I'm just saying, don't put that on me. Don't project that on me. I'm sure everyone's got their hates, their loves, and their hatred ones. Play it from 1. What the hell does FF1 look like? Final Fantasy. What is it on? The NES? I always associate Final Fantasy being more Nintendo based. I'm not even sure if that's true. Let me get a YouTube video. Fantasy 1. Alright, this is from 1 year ago.
Final Fantasy, a series that spans across many games, many console generations, and many decades.
Oh, is this like a
review? For my first Final Fantasy series on this channel, we're going to go all healer, pretty weak on defense,
this looks
pretty
NES
weak
based
on physical attacks, but build the party here. And this guy's going to be named. The other thing is, yeah, this game is very, very fantasy-y.
That's not bad. Like, if you could go do, if you can enjoy Pokemon, the original Pokemon Red and Blue, that's not bad.
And with that, guys, we have fully explored the castle. So let's
that's
get out.
Not terrible at all.
Let's go check out the town. And after we get some equipment to save your game, that's one of the only ways you can save your game. There is another way we'll get to at some point, but yeah, it's one of the main ways to save
It's
your
like
game.
a very classic
Warriors,
RPG.
revive
Yeah, that's
the power
fine.
of the orbs. I don't know. So, for the characters in the back row who are
That's
not going
not
to be
terrible.
targeted that often,
Like, Mataya
I'm
and
just going
stuff's
to go
in
ahead
there.
and save my...
That's good. What's this? The problem with Mythic raiding and how to fix it by Max. Why can't I watch this? What problems has Max got with Mythic raiding? I'm not stalling. I am curious though. I'm gonna watch this.
Okay, so there was a tweet the other day. Also, I just ratioed the shit out of Now today. You won't need to
Oh,
see it
poor
yet.
Robin.
So he tried to ratio me, Chad, and you already know what happened. So right
Poor
here.
Robin.
So
Poor
Cellheels
Robin.
tweeted, this is bad. Not even 1K guilds have down Mythic Sylvanas. Why do we put so much effort into Mythic difficulty if the player base isn't playing it? These numbers are huge. Get rid of Mythic
what was this
rating.
tweet? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. This is bad. Not even 1,000 guilds have down Mythic Sylvanas. Why do we put so much effort into Mythic difficulty if the player base isn't playing it? These numbers are huge. Get rid of Mythic rating. Or at least get rid of the 20% requirement. I mean... that's a bad take. That's a bad take. I think WoW's had more problems than Mythic raiding. And also getting rid of... Cutting content out when your game's not doing particularly well is never really a good idea. The 20% requirement... there is an argument to be made here, but I mean, WoW just is... It just doesn't work if you want it balanced. As much as I've been a big supporter of 10-man for a little while. Not a big supporter. It is more fun, unquestionably. 10-man or something is more fun. If in general, for a lot of players. Like, I like 20. I like larger raids. This is possible, but it's really hard. And Blizzard has failed at this before. They tried to do this, and it did not work. You don't just cut... I don't get these guys who are like, oh... Not a lot of people do that. Just cut it out. And be like, okay. Like, why? How does that help you?
That's the reason why people kind of popped off at this tweet. It has more comments than likes. Or at least get rid of the 20-person requirement. A lot of people who responded to this did not acknowledge the fact that he said, or at least get rid of the 20-person requirement. So I want to talk about that today and talk about the prospects of having less people involved in a WoW raid. I've actually thought about this a lot. And just before he shows this, this is kind of weird information, by the way. First of all, Nathria was out almost twice the amount of time that Sanctum has been out now. And the numbers are like twice as much. Yeah, I don't agree with the take at all, but I think it's worth bringing up a conversation because there's a lot of people who want to raid in smaller sizes in WoW. But yeah, these stats don't. This is like it's not really. It's kind of misleading because you know.
You know what these kind of stats remind me of? They're dumb fucking posts that you see all the time on certain websites, comparing how long a boss remained unkilled. Ergo, which boss is hardest, and they have like Cthulhu on there that was broken. Or they have Kill Jaden on there that was broken. Like, they have all these broke-ass bosses that were all bosses that were released like at the same time, but they were like 3 tiers ahead, right? You know what I mean? So like the guild had to go through like 3 other tiers before they even started the raid that had that boss in it, and like Illidan's listed as one of the hardest bosses. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Like, that's obviously not the case. Illidan just isn't that hard, but it was out for ages. You know what I mean? It was out and available. Cthulhu always pops up on there. Cthulhu is dog shit easy. Like, Cthulhu is crazy easy, but they put it on there as one of the hardest bosses ever because they just don't understand it. And, bad number takes.
And first of all, a lot of people stopped playing this patch, nothing to do with the raid. Also, this raid is easier than last raid. Also, it's at 2 different time frames, which means like comparing these 2 numbers really doesn't make sense. There's like so many things different about them. Either way, I wrote no to it. I looked at this yesterday and I'm like, well, that seemed kind of like an edgy no. So I'll elaborate because, you know, I don't know. I don't want to make this guy feel bad. You know, I mean, he just has an opinion, right? Here's the deal. People have mentioned this for a while. What to do about raiding in WoW at 20 players.
I said this in Max's stream the other day. Do you guys not agree Max is kind of turning into a bit of a Guido with the shell suit and the backwards hat? I'm just saying, there's a Jersey Shore look coming, Max. You keep commenting about my hair. I'm just saying, there's a bit of a...
Because I think other games have been successful running lower. In fact, I mean, two of the MMOs people have been playing a lot recently, Lost Ark on the beta and Final Fantasy, both of them have like 8-man raids. Both of them also have larger sized raids, but like the competitive raids in Final Fantasy are 8-man, and I believe most of the raid content in Lost Ark is 8-man. So it's like, well, maybe WoW, I mean, a long time ago, obviously, famously, WoW had a 10 and 25-man, condensed them into a 20, and that's just kind of where they've gone since then. That actually improved raid content a lot. Raid content being 20-man for a while made the tuning and balance between encounters so good. Back in the day when there was 10 and 25-man, there would be bosses that were randomly way easier than the other one. 10-man was generally easier. Since they've made Mythic, raid content has only gotten better. So.
That's why I point something out here that's never really taken into account, is Blizzard half-arsed 10 and 25-man. Which has made me reflect on my... I famously say that, like... They can never do 10-man again in World of Warcraft because the classes are so much... You can't compare Final Fantasy and WoW in this regard, in my opinion. Their classes and the way the game works are just so different. And they cause so many... No, this isn't just about class balance, but the uniqueness and the variety you could do with a WoW spec is so much more than you can do in Final Fantasy because of the singular style of it, right? You can't mess around with your talents with a black mage or whatever. So they have a much easier time in Final Fantasy sorting that stuff out, which they decided from the beginning and was a really good choice for them. It was a really good choice. However, I personally prefer the World of Warcraft style, where we do have that variety. I love making those choices. I love having flexibility with my character. I love all that kind of stuff. But you could argue at the same time, Final Fantasy has that flexibility because you could just change class. Right? You could just swap over and play a different class. You're like, that's a huge amount of flexibility. And you can do that onto any class you want to play. With the same character, you can just be like, well, I'm going to be a fucking tank now, and I'm going to be a healer, and I'm going to do this and that. But when it comes to filling slots in raids, WoW has a much more difficult time with that. The problem is, when they did try and do 10 and 25, and they tried to do it, like, equal, which was like Wrath of the Lich King when they tried to do that, they really, and Cataclysm, they really half-arsed it. And it wasn't a case that it was, like, slightly out. They just left, straight up, 25-man numbers in the 10-man. And just left it like that for months. Like, ridiculous decisions like that. And it's not like... And it does come across like they were just randomly harder. But it wasn't just random. It was just that they half-arsed the fucking system so badly that it just made no sense. And then they did the weird decision to, like, share achievements and stuff across the board. And in some cases, in a lot of cases, they gave 25-man better loot because it was harder to organize a 25-man. And then you had 10-mans coming in and the 25-man guilds coming in and sweeping all the 10-mans. So all the 10-man guilds felt shit on as well. I mean, I don't know if I've seen it done properly. That's my problem with it. I don't know if I've actually seen them try and do it properly. My brain tells me they can't do it properly, just based on how class stacking works. But at the same time, when they did implement it, it was really half-arsed, and it sucked. To the point where 10-man's... Like, one of the hardest bosses you had to deal with in 10-man was Halphus Wormbreaker Heroic, which is so stupid. Because it was the easiest fight in the world with 25-man. It was like something that people pugged on week 1 to kill. And on a 10-man, it was just so goddamn hard. It was crazy. You had that... And then you get to the next boss, which would have been Valiona and Thralian. And then you find out that for some reason, even though you can only send one person to the Shadow Realm, and I know this might be a little bit technical for anybody who's not done this fight or doesn't know what I'm talking about, but essentially you had to send people into a Shadow Realm to deal with some orbs. They kept the health of the numbers they had to kill down there, the same as the 25-man one, despite the fact in 25 you could send 5 players downstairs. I mean, why would you do that? Like, yeah, so you overcame this massive obstacle of Halphus Wormbreaker, only to get to the very next boss and be like, what? You could send, like, healers and shit downstairs. Like, so 25-man's sending, like, 4 DPS, 1 healer. And in 10-man, you could send a rogue. And it had to specifically be a rogue. They were the only person who could possibly survive. And they had to put out the same damage as 4 players. Ugh.
So, I think Mythic was a very good thing for the game. If I were to make a new game in 2021, 2022, 2025, if I was going to make a new game, I would have the raid size be smaller than 20. The problem with 20-man rating is it's people point to the wrong things all the time. They point to just a lot of the issues with it that aren't the core problem. The core problem is this. It's a lot easier to get 10 people together that you have similar interests with, have the same passion level for the game, same skill level. Having skill parity in a group is very, very, very important. No one likes raiding with that one person who's like not quite at the group's level because you notice that they're like holding you back. And being that person sucks. Being that person really sucks. Because you feel bad. You're trying your best, right? It just doesn't work. So that being said, both of those things happen in 10 and 20 mans. Except in 20, it's just a lot more likely because there's just more people involved. The way that I've tried to describe it to people is having a really good working atmosphere in a 20-man raid is like, imagine, especially going for World First, imagine a business environment. So like any business environment you guys work in at a 9 to 5 or just anywhere. And imagine involving 20 people in a group project that they're all super passionate about, right? It sounds like hell, really, because it's just a lot of people. 10 is so much more reasonable, and even 10 kind of sounds...
Dude, we couldn't even get like 3-person high school projects working, right? Do you know what I mean? I'm glad Max has this take because I imagine it's the same for him as it was for us. Is that your viewer's perspective is skewed if you have a really good group of 20 people, and even then it's hard. Like Limit and Echo, and the rest of the top guilds generally have an environment which is filled with people who are very, very passionate about a very specific niche thing and are usually pretty good. It's really hard to account as you move further down the roster where you're incorporating more people who are less passionate, less dedicated, less skillful, and you have to account for more of those people being in your group. If you want to get how many times do we see on drama? It's like 20 man. It's like we have like 10 really focused, really passionate, great players. And in my experience, the actual super best players of World of Warcraft are not in the top guilds. Like, there's some there, but there is a lot of extremely good players who just can't contribute to the World First race and all that kind of stuff, and they exist in other places. But they have to fill their roster with people who couldn't quite get up to this level, couldn't get up to that level. And they end up recruiting 5 or 6 players. I'm sure you guys have been through this, who've ever raided in WoW, is you've experienced recruiting like 5 or 6 people and they're just like, oh my fucking god, these guys are terrible, and you just want to get rid of them, and you recycle them, and you rehash them over and over again, and you go round and round the circle, and you just constantly like have this revolving door, and we call it churn, but the churn as you move further down the skill level is way higher. Or you end up just keeping people and your good players leave. And there's your churn. Your churn is either at the top or the bottom. And there's people going who are shit. If you're raid leaders, like, you're too shit, unfortunately. It's dragging the whole team down and you have to leave and we can't help you. We've tried to help you, but we can't. You're just not getting this for whatever reason. Or your good players are like, why are we carrying these motherfuckers? And they have to leave. And they move to the higher guilds, right? So, I mean, it happens all the goddamn time, constantly. And it's really hard, and I'm sure it's impossible for Max, even with a pugging and stuff like that, and it's impossible for me to really account what that environment's like day to day, certainly for a months-long period. But you have to account for that, because it happens all the time.
Sounds like hell, but that's kind of the thing. Like, WoW rating's pretty special. Rating in MMOs is pretty special. If you can get the right group, it's really fun for you. But the problem is, getting 20 people is just much harder than it is getting 10. So, if I were making a new game, I would do that. However, I would not...
What would you make it? What would you make it? If you were making a new game right now, an MMO, what would be your idyllic raid size be? Because we're at the point where people are asking for, like, solo... I mean, this is such a vague question because it's like, well, how many classes do you have? How unique are those classes? Do you have, like, extra special cooldowns? Like, does one class bring Bloodlust? Well, they have a raid spot, right? Or does one class bring Limit Break or whatever? Everything around 10, 8, 10, or maybe 15. I would prefer 10. For the hardest content. For the hardest content, I would certainly prefer 10. I think. I would prefer 10. I feel like 8, like, I like 8 in FF, but if you've got an active group of people, there's so many people left out all the time. I mean, but if I haven't pushed the hardest content, so I'm a little wary on that. Like for the hardest content, I'm not going to take like Raven, obviously. We're not taking Vappies. You know, there's fat that can be trimmed. You've got to, you know, you've really got to work on that. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you've got to drop that raid size. You can really start, you know, trimming off that excess and make it into the beautiful shape you want it to be. Not all classes would be included. Well, this is why it's such a vague question, right? Because it's like, well, how do your classes work? How many have you got? How many variations of them have you got? And how unique are those things? Like, it's not just a case of put a number on it, right? It's 8, it's 10, it's 12. You really have to bear in mind what is this infrastructure of the game. But that also dictates your infrastructure. If you're going to say something like, we want our raid sizes to be like 10, you really don't want more than like 14 classes or something like that, because that, and to be super unique, and then you really have to consider their individual, what is their uniqueness they're bringing to the raid, combat reses, all that kind of stuff, because it really starts to mess with the dynamic like heavily. It's a very difficult balance to achieve.
Reduce the size of WoW's current raids, and I think the problems can be solved in other ways. First of all, WoW has too many classes and specs, and they all are way too unique. There's already a situation right now in 20-man raids where people feel like certain classes are required to progress in the raid. That would only become more of a problem with 10-mans. And again, I do not want to hear, well, it just needs to be better on WoW to balance then. WoW's balancing situation is impossibly hard compared to other games. We've talked about it a million times. And I think to make it easier, they would have to make more streamlined, straightforward, like boss damage types. So less funnel, 1 target, 2 target, 3 target, burst, sustained. And you'd have to streamline that and homogenize it. I don't think that would be good for the game. And because of that, a bunch of different classes and specs in this game have different advantages to them. And I think it's really cool to like kind of mix and match them and do that. I also think for a long time, even opposed to like the public opinion, WoW's balance has been good. I did a video about this recently, so I won't like repeat that. But like a lot of the classes that are...
What? What's it like? I haven't checked in months. Hold on. Have they nailed it? Because they're about to introduce double Legos and things. Checking. They might have. They tend to get... They might have managed to get it pretty goddamn close. Give me some data. I need data. It's not bad. This is a very vague look. I haven't compared things like AoE and single target, but... That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Couple of outliers, but that's not bad. Well, let's be careful about burying into this, because then we really do have to dig down into styles of encounter. That's not bad at all. No, this is all bosses aggregate. This is all bosses aggregated. That's actually not bad. Oh, I tell you what. Let me screenshot this. Let me screenshot this. I want to see what this is like in 9.2 when they introduce double Legos and tier sets. I want to remember this. That isn't bad. That's actually very good. That is actually very, very good. Yeah, you see, this is the mentality. It's like, oh, the hunters are at the bottom. They're like 4% away, played at the 95th percentile. That's fine. That's really fine. Okay? That's totally fine. It really is. That is absolutely fine. They're like 4% away from being the top 1 or 2. Do you know what I mean? That's totally fine. It is. That is absolutely fine.
Lower on single target have massive benefits other places and are sometimes the highest AoE classes. They have to like try to find a way to balance that, and it's never been perfect. There's always been outliers, But at least currently, it's actually pretty balanced relative to the past. In a 10-man, that would be way more stuck out. You would find people basically being forced to main classes. I think that happens in 20-mans. It shouldn't happen.
It happened before.
And you can get away with not doing it in 20. You probably couldn't in 10.
That's
there
what
would be
happened in the
required
past.
classes and
Your 10
expansions
slots
based on
were
the balance.
completely
And again,
dictated.
like in classes, games like Final Fantasy, great raid content, 8 people, there are half the amount of jobs in that game that there are specs in WoW. People already complain if their classes aren't included in like a normal 20-man raid comp, because like no matter what the people at the top do, people will like copy that, right? And they'll want that for their team. It would be a huge problem in WoW in 10. That being said, I think you can keep the 20-man raid, or even if you want to reduce it to like, I don't know, like 16 or something, that works too. I'm not like just something close to 20. I just think 10 won't work in WoW anymore, and I don't think 2 group sizes of the same difficulty mode is good either. So I'm gonna propose 2 options, kind of. I do think it needs to be fixed. I think they should focus on 3 things first. I think keep 20-man rating. I think reducing 20-man from 20-man would affect the content too much in a negative way. But I think they need to make it easier for guilds to beat the roster boss. So many people during Classic WoW was the first time this happened. Classic came out, and if you start losing players, you start having to recruit basically anyone.
Why do they do that thing? That Hall of Fame thing hasn't worked, right? Because there's just no alliance guilds. So it takes literally months. I mean, obviously there's alliance in Oceanic and things like that, but the Hall of Fame thing, I think it was a good idea. Like, it was a good idea, but it's not worked, right? The numbers just don't back it up. Like, I don't know what the specific numbers are for this this tier. I don't know if I can check, actually. Like, how long did it take the Hall of Fame to open from when the Horde completed it? Yeah, it did them no favors. Like, I get the idea. The idea was pretty solid, but what was the difference? Can I Google this? I'm not sure where I can find that information at a glance. Sanctum of Domination. Hall, Cross Realm Mythic. The Alliance Hall of Fame is now full. Okay, this Icy Veins might be able to help us out here. If Icy Veins have got it. The Alliance Sanctum of Domination Mythic Hall of Fame is now full, which means Cross Realm Mythic is now open. 100 slides goes from China. Okay, so August 14th is when the Horde did it. And it took till September 21st for the Alliance. That's not terrible, but it's not ideal because it really shows the difference. Like, this is the problem, right? By then, how many Horde guilds have done it? Like, if I take a quick look here over at WoW Progress. Go away. Like, the red is pretty ridiculous at this point, right? Compared to the blue. It's pretty ridiculous on every single page. Like one or two pages like that. I think it should just be when the hundreds in there.
The guild's morale goes down. People start missing raids. It's a problem. The more people you add to a raid group, the harder it is to consistently play at the same time. So when times in WoW where the player base has been down, like now or when Classic came out, it actually ravages guilds. But Blizzard can fix that. You can keep the same 20-man environment and add 3 things. Cross-realm rating. It needs to be available from the jump. It would be infinitely easier to fill your group with someone if you weren't just restricted to your realms. I raid on Illidan. Very easy to find people on Illidan. Outside of Illidan, outside of Area 52,
I totally agree
outside
with
of a few
that.
other
Especially
realms,
now
it is not easy.
Numbers are down.
Okay? So guilds actually end up not being able to play the game because people aren't there. That's bad. You can solve that.
What is the worst realm in WoW right now? Like, anybody know? Anybody on that realm? Realms US. Jesus Christ. Is this amount of players or guilds? There's no way like Area 52 has 79 alliance players, right? There's no way, right? It's the amount of players who have logged with some sort of log. Oh, God. So that is pretty terrible. Jesus. Yeah. I mean, there's only like 6 or 7 servers you would want to be on. Right? Like, as soon as you're not on those like 6 or 7 servers, and that's on the Horde side, you're pretty dicked. Like, your opportunities are so low, and it just gets worse from then. How is it on the Alliance? It's like 4? This is a quick glance, but it's like 4. And after that, it gets really fucking bad. Let's check the EU. Yeah. Slightly better over on the EU side. One of the biggest debates ever is when you log in and they try and put you on like a medium pop realm. And you're like, bro. That's the worst advice ever. Oh, what's going on in Eridar? Fuck, man. Who is this hero? Who is this fucking legend? It'll happen. This is Copium. This is Captain Copium. Any day now. Any day. I'm not 100% how you interpret this data, but any day. Probably an alt, yeah. Holding on to his player house. What does the auction house look like on Eridar Alliance? Can anybody check? I'm kind of really curious. What does the auction house look like for the Eridar Alliance? Has anyone got a character over there? Can just have a quick look. See what that auction house looks like. Jesus fuck. Yeah, they're cross-faction. That's true. That's true. The auction house is cross-faction. How would you check? In fact, most of this stuff is cross-faction besides Mythic Raiding, right? You can't really like queue for a dungeon and wait forever.
Immediately by having cross-realm raiding. Cross-realm raiding would not affect the game negatively in any way. The fact that it's just arbitrarily tied to Alliance Hall of Fame filling up months after the Horde one is ridiculous. It just shouldn't be that way. There's no reason for it not to be there from the jump. Other games have that. It's objectively good for the game. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is cross-faction raiding. Alliance raid guilds, raids, and raiders play an entirely different game than Horde. There are infinitely less people available to help you on Alliance than there are Horde. We've talked about this a lot before. Ian kind of mentioned it in a previous interview. I think they're looking into it. It's looking promising. I think it needs to happen. Half of my guild wants to be Alliance, but we can't go Alliance. I feel like it would actually even the faction balance more than anything else by just making it so you can raid any realm, any faction with anyone. You already do that in the lore. Why can't you do that in game? I'm not going to go into the huge faction thing. I just think something that should apply to it that would majorly fix the problem.
Question for the chat though, like how many of you WoW players or ex-WoW players or whatever play Horde just because that's where the raids are and you would much prefer to be Alliance? I do. I do. And like you're just Horde literally because that's where everybody is and that's how the game works, right? Like many of us, yeah, I would happily change to Alliance. Like we tried to convince the guild to swap, but ultimately the decision is like I mean there was talk of whether or not we had enough streamer privilege to get people to recruit on the Alliance. But ultimately, you're just fucked. Like, not only just, like, the opportunities to raid, but your auction house is way less, your resources are way less. It's just, jumping realms in order to farm certain things is way less. It's just, like, it's so much shitty. Don't you dare say no to Goblin Jump. I would happily, if I was still playing a Moonkin, I would happily be a Night Elf Druid. I hate trolls and Taurens. You guys know this. I constantly use Deviant Fish. The only thing I like on the Horde is Undead. That's it. I just like Undead. I would rather have a Night Elf Warrior. I would rather have Gnome Casters. Even just for a change of pace, man. A change of scenery. I have not visited Stormwind. I have visited the different data centers of Final Fantasy more times than I've visited Stormwind in the last decade. Unless it was for like a quest. But to actually visit that place, negative.
And number 3. Another huge problem that guilds cannot continue raiding through the week is after you have killed a few bosses, people on your realm cannot join your lockout without missing an opportunity to kill the first boss. Let's say you killed Terragru, Io the Jailer, and the 9, and you're progressing on Soul Render. Someone in the group finder's like, oh, well, I want to do Soul Render, but I can't, because then I'll miss my chance to kill Terragru, Io the Jailer, and the 9 this week. Why? Why? Make Mythic lockouts the exact same as Heroic. Make it so if you kill Terragru...
Yeah, I'm still not sure why the Mythic ID lock's still a thing. It made sense a while ago, barely, like a scrape, but it doesn't make sense anymore. It really doesn't. And it sucks when you're... Because of the way the game works, and you've got to have like 24, 25 people for a 20-man raid, that those dudes just don't get their shit. So you end up like doing this weird system, especially with systems like the Guild Vault, where you're literally sitting people just to get people in to get kills so they can get their vaults up to a mythic level. Instead of being like, oh, okay, we did this, we're stopping. Now we can go and do, if we want, we can go back in and we can smash Shriekwing or whatever, and we can smash through this raid with the five or six people who didn't get any loot this week, our friends, you know, our people who were literally sat there waiting to come and play, who are very good players. Or we have to put together the Scuff alt group, which barely any guilds can support a mythic alt group, certainly from week 1. Instead of just throwing a couple of hours to make sure we get like our guys geared up, you know, and get them their stuff, because why are they missing out? It's not really fair.
Io the Jailer, you can still join some other... and the same thing works the other way, by the way. If a player kills Terragru in a pug, he can no longer join a group to do Io the Jailer that wasn't his exact pug. That's a problem. Yes, there are downsides to this. Like, it could create some, like... It could make, like, Race to World First guilds do some unholy stuff, but it'll be after progression. I don't really know exactly what it'll be. But you know what? That's much less of a problem than the problem that already exists with people being unable to find people to join their raids to do bosses because they don't...
I only mock them there because the Race to World First guys will do the most degen shit in the world. No matter what it is. If it's there, they'll do it. They'll do it regardless of what it is. They'll do the most degen shit in the fucking world. Every single time. I mean, come on now. Come on now. It doesn't matter what it is. Everyone will follow. They don't. They don't. They don't. That's not the case. There aren't many guilds in the world who are doing like full male splits. You don't even have the resources outside of the Race to World First to put off to do things like that. You can't. Most people can't fill their raid with 25 hunters or whatever to get one guy a bow. You know what I mean? You really need the resources at the top for that.
Want to miss boss kills, or they already killed a meaningless boss and cannot join their raid. I promise you. So if they keep 20-man raids, which I actually firmly believe they should do, or even if they reduce it, there needs to be one raid size at the top, and it cannot be 2 again. That created too many problems, 10 and 25-man. But if they allow cross-faction raiding, cross-realm raiding from day 1 of a new raid coming out, and they allow mythic lockouts to just work like heroic ones, I think that would vastly improve guilds that exist right now ability to raid on a weekly basis. Without having to reduce the size. Because I really think that rating would be... The integrity and like how good rating is right now would be harmed by going back to 10-man, to be honest with you, in this game. Even though if I were to make a new game today, if I was consulting developers on making a new game, I would recommend that their raid size is no bigger than 10 for that exact reason. But WoW's, because it's been out for so long, and because there are so many classes and specs, and because there's so many combat types and amount of adds and types of damage you can do, and because there's a million specs that all do those things differently, you can't reduce the size because it's just going to disclude so many classes from the game. So yeah, so that's basically it. That's my TED talk on WoW rating.
That's hot, Matt. That's hot shit. Whoa! Calm down. That's hot. That's hot. I like it. I mean, there's a lot more issues to fix before that, but spoiled? I didn't see it. I escaped. Come on, man. Come on, I wasn't spoiled by any means. You put the poll results in chat? Oh, I missed it. I totally missed it. Do you remember Eternal Palace? I do, Crusher, yeah. I do. You want to see balance statistics for Final Fantasy? I don't, but I do know they're extremely close. But you can't compare side by side. That's the important thing. You can't compare side by side. There's much less opportunity for variation in FF by design. They designed that from the get-go, right? From the get-go for it to be like that. So I don't think it's a fair side-by-side comparison. Personally, I don't think it's fair. Yeah, the games work entirely different with their class structure and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think that's a fair side-by-side. I used to compare them side by side, but that was wrong of me and stupid and ignorant. My rooms needs inspecting. Oh god. Oh, you made a room in the clan? Oh Jesus. If you clicked on media for the cinematics and leave it there, you can avoid that cutscene playing. I usually don't see it. We were all tabbed. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know what it's about anyway. I did quit the login screen. I did. It understands praise be. Yeah, exactly. I don't get a fascination comparing FF to WoW. It's not that strange, right? You should get it. Because they're both RPG MMOs. They look, on the face value of them, very, very, very similar. And unless you play them for an extended period of time, you will not see the difference. At all. It's not until you realize, oh, there's no... I did not know when I started playing Final Fantasy that there's no talent tree system. I was actually like... And I think you guys who were here when I started Realm Reborn were like, I kept saying, when do we get talents? And I was really confused. And people were Pepe laughing at me, like, constantly. Because I'm like, well, where's the talents? I haven't been able to choose any of my talents yet. Because what kind of RPG doesn't have some sort of talent specialization system? Right? And everyone's just Pepe laughing, like, You know what I mean? Well, how much gear variety is there? Not much. Like, FF just doesn't have that much gear variety. It only has, like, 5 different stats that you can mess around with, and they're pretty simple stats. And then you got materia, which one is typically better than the other. I need to repair. I should do that as well. So it's one of those things that, like, you don't realize that until you invest time in them. But if you look at most people, I would say, or a great number of people, don't play a variety of MMOs because they're time-consuming, life-sucking monsters from which there is no escape. So if you've invested into WoW and then you look at a screenshot of FF, you'll do what I did. It's like, wow, look at this anime trash weeb game. What a bag of shit. Put it over there. Right? That's what I did for years. Every time someone showed me FF, I was like, you know, they'd show me a picture of a fucking Moogle or a stabby Tombury motherfucker like this. I'd be like, what is this dog anime trash weeb game? No, I don't want to be a Power Ranger man and do all that stuff. And the same with... But, ironically, and I thought about this the other day, I've told... This is in story time, so I'm not making this up, right? Is my original MMO that I first ever played, or played properly, was a much more hardcore, vicious MMO. With much more focused on PvP, essentially. It had PvE, but it was terrible. But it was more focused on PvP. When World of Warcraft came along, and remember, Blizzard basically invited everybody who played other MMOs to their alpha. We all got them. Like, right now, we fight tooth and nail to get access to alphas and betas, right? But back in the day, when World of Warcraft was coming out, they basically went, get them email lists of everybody who plays MMOs, like these little MMOs that are about, and we'll send them a copy of the beta, or we'll send them a beta invite. And suddenly, like overnight, all my clan started getting these MMO invites. And people were like, oh, I'm playing World of Warcraft. This is genuinely my first impression that I heard of World of Warcraft. I can still repeat it to this day, because this is how it's happened. I was playing with a guy in California called Snipes. And he was on comms, on our Neocron comms, with a friend from Canada. And they're playing the WoW beta. I've got a beta key. And this is what I hear. Oh my god, this forest is so beautiful. Okay, we have to go down here. And okay, I think we're going to get these wolves. Okay, I've got to fill my bucket with moon water. And I've got to bring it back. Oh my god, there's so many fairies around. And I was just like, what in the fuck are you guys playing? Because I was running around with a heavy cannon, shooting shit. And they were leveling in Darnassus, right? They were doing the Night Elf starting area. And so I said, send me a screenshot, right? Send me a screenshot of that area. And it looked like the most fairy, awful, shitty fantasy crap I'd ever seen in my fucking life. I was like, why are you guys playing this when I'm at military base, riding a tank and a quad bike through the desert, hunting people down, And you're sending me screenshots of you guys running around in this cartoon game with giant fucking bear models and stuff. Like, I didn't understand it. I was like, why are you playing this kids game? I don't get it. I currently have an aerial bomber going across the desert and shooting all over the place. Like, why are you talking to trees and shit? I didn't get it. And I only ever played WoW because everybody left my game. Everybody left my game, you know what I mean? So I had the same thing with FF. I didn't learn from my lessons. So when people were trying to get me into Final Fantasy, they were like, oh, this game's really fucking good, actually. And they showed me a screenshot of them dressed like a Moogle or whatever. Yeah, it was total deja vu. I didn't learn from my own mistake because I had the same feeling when I went from Neocron to World of Warcraft, which is like, why would you play this kids cartoon game full of fairies and fucking moonwater or whatever the fuck? And then I had the same thing with FF, which is like, I was playing WoW and I was like, what? You know, this wet. Oh, you get married in that game? That's lame. You know, all that kind of stuff. Because you just don't know until you play it. Yeah, now you don't know it until you play it and you're like, oh, okay. But it takes... How many hours are we into FF now? 230 hours, right? Into FF. And it's like, okay, it's not until you get to like that stage or a bit earlier that you're like, okay, I see the difference now. There's no talent systems, but you can do this. I mean, one of the best advantages I think FF's had over WoW, that they probably learned from WoW, is that very early on they decided not to have talent systems. And the alts weren't important. Like, that decision is fucking huge, man. Like, do you realize how big a decision is that in the MMO? To make alts not really a big deal? Because you are then forcing yourself to make sure that there's enough content for somebody to enjoy just on a single character at the end game. And alts are not a fallback option, really. That's a massive decision, is to be like, we're making a persistent, engaging world, but we're not going to consider things like re-rolling alts to be a major drawing point of this game. We have to figure out how we build that end game that isn't going to fall back on somebody investing hundreds of hours in just making another character and then going through all the storyline and doing all that again. That's like, that is an enormously brave decision to make. It's pretty wacky. 230 hours is still the free trial? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Firefight's race is mostly awful, though. That's subjective, right? Like, if I bring it to World of Warcraft, I like 4 of the races. And personally, I don't particularly care. That's why when we started FF, like, for me, it's not a big deal. I don't really care. I actually kind of like this character now. It's grown on me. This ugly Michael Cera-ass looking motherfucker has grown on me, and I quite like it now. But at the start, I let you guys pick whatever race I was going to be, because it doesn't particularly bother me. But I know I'm probably in the minority there. A lot of people give a big fuck about their race in-game. Goddamn, I think it's Stockholm Syndrome. I think I've got so used to this emotionless, dead expression. It's like, the world is ending. Your mother's dead. Your dog's dead. You just had a child. It's Christmas morning. I've kind of got used to this completely blank expression that this character has, regardless of what's happening. You know what I mean? It's like, I've got used to it. I kind of like it now. It's the same thing. Yeah, the drooler face. The drooler face. I like it. Use emotes? I'm talking about the cutscenes, obviously. Like, occasionally my character will emote in cutscenes, but very, very rarely. I will say in Heavensward, my character is emoting much more in cutscenes, but in A Realm Reborn, this was the face whether Dalamud was smashing into the planet, or we just found somebody alive who we thought was dead. Right? You know what I mean? This is the same. This is the look of intensity. And we can manage a nod, although my neck's kind of stiff. There you go. My neck's kind of stiff. I kill things. Yeah, exactly. I kill things. Need an undead type race. I mean, it's... I still won't get used to Catboys being sat on my oven in my apartment, you know? Alright, let's grab a drink. Let's grab a drink and let's crack on with this story. Let him out. Pepe, have you seen Destiny 2? I played Destiny 2. I did not enjoy it. Although I'm told the boss fights in Destiny 2 are exceptional with how they mutilate. How they mix the music into the fights, for sure. Thank you for the £5 as well. Yeah, Oceanic for the Alliance, I know. Woohoo! Play game! You're ahead of me now? Oh, good. Good. Have you ever played Rift? I did not play Rift. I went through a period where I thought I'd be the MMO YouTuber for, like, the ultimate MMO YouTuber, and I tried out Age of Conan, Aeon Online, Warhammer, and they were just all so terrible that I just stopped. Because they were just all trying to copy WoW every step of the way. Elder Scrolls, which I know is much better now before anyone jumps up my dick about it. I know that. Please come and see my new room. Let me finish the story. We killed Alex yesterday and I had to leave immediately. My wife was ready for high-intensity training. Let's go. Roundrocks is back in Idleshire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound. Except for Midday, that is. Oh yeah, F. The poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic. But to think she'd throw herself into the core. It's odd, though. I could have sworn I heard her voice in there. Saying the Colossus would trouble us no more, or something of the sort. And for what it's worth, it has been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. And that's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier floor. Like time standing still. I guess. Buggered if I know what it all means. But I'd like to believe Medea and her love somehow sealed away the core for us. Softens the blow a bit, you know? I guess. I guess. I'm still not sure how we managed it, but I'm just so happy to be out of that godforsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Medea. Phone call. Woohoo! Hold on for a moment. Floor? Which is what? Alright, Chief, leave it to us. Bloody hell's Floor. Roundrocks has gone missing. I've been worried sick about the poor lass ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running engine? All wages she's run off somewhere the two of them used to frequent together. Wedge and I'll have a look around here. Why don't you search the collector's quarter? Come on. Let's find her before she gets herself into any more trouble. Oh, don't go and do something stupid, Roundrocks. Don't do that. Right, get away from me, Tovek. Get away. I'm flying my dodo. I tried explaining a lie of omission to my kids recently, and they didn't get it. But they do now. Lie of omission is something that I think a lot of adults deal with. Oh, it's Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this place? Roundrocks is sorry for worrying Uplanders. Roundrocks just wants to go to a quiet place and do some backthinking. Running out of giant whirlycogs. Roundrocks feels something rattling in pocket, so Roundrocks reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling the thing is glowstone, Roundrocks' favourite treasure. But it's dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Roundrocks, not anymore. There you are, child. We were worried sick about you. What's that, Flo? Is that a miss? Found a rock. The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing. Not entirely surprising. Were I to guess, I would hazard that it's because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection. Its knowledge sealed off from any who harboured even a sliver of doubt as to the merits its ideals espoused. Quick thinks, Medea in her youth, Roundrocks, though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none thought to question the words within. And so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Roundrocks has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. And she is not the naive child she was before. Aye. It's all well and good to dream of building something perfect. But sooner or later you have to stop dreaming and start doing. Hammering it together by your own hand, in your own blood, sweat and tears. In so doing, you are forced to confront your own failings and deal with your frustration at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Hells, there may come a time when you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again. But more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future. And that will be a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed ideal. Roundrocks understands. Roundrocks will collect more and more junk, build city of great treasures with own hands. Yeah, that's the spirit, Roundrocks. You're all grown up. Roundrocks has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of Meday's dream. Roundrocks would give back to Meday. A noble wish, child. Could that we could grant it. But I fear the steel giant and all that lies within the barrier is far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That's a fate I'd not wish on anyone. Meow. There you go, I did it. Well, look who it is. You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you? I am reminded of the apparent ease with which this little curl seemed to slip in and out of the Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd send her in with Roundrocks' glowstone without a moment's hesitation. Yes. 2 Mews. Might that suggest a willingness to try? Yes. We're going to trust the cat? Don't trust the cat. Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now I think we've seen everything. Do you think these 2 will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in our hands. Leave to Roundrocks. Roundrocks works hard. Builds sparkly, shining future for Meday. Sure. Hopium. Sure. Perfect future coming right up. As shall we, child. And with that, Flor, we must take our leave. For all you have done to stave off yet another primal threat, you have our gratitude. I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know that they can call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to hear that Roundrocks is safe. There was also a matter they were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you at Shortstop. Uh-huh. If you'll be returning to Shortstop, I would ask a small favour of you as well. Pray, deliver this volume to Backrix and tell him I believe it is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Flor. Bye, everybody. Oh, God. See, this is what's putting people off, you two. This is what's putting people off. You hear me? That's what's putting people off. You're scaring people away from even playing the game. Now, Roundrocks is safe at Shortstop and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thanks of Backrix. Uplanders bring present for Backrix? Yeah, dude. It's your diary. This is Charlene legend book from Y'shtola. Backrix was waited legend book for a long time. Oh, it's not his diary. Backrix has been reading about many things. About Enigma Codex and blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Gobbyflock from Giant of Whirlycogs, thinks Backrix. Now Giant of Whirlycogs sleeps and Gobbyflock is safe, but still. Backrix would fill Braincase with knowings. Fill pages of Watcher book with data. Like Backrix, I see. Yes, yes. And he's just as Backrix. Are Backrix's eyes playing tricks on him? Oh, are you feeling alright there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Page tells fairy legend of Hotgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many years ago in old times, 2 children, boy and girl, outstepped from belly of great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hotgo. What's this? Names of two are Diane and Midday. Look at hand drawing. Even faces are same looking. Ye cats! If that's our Midday and Diane, what that means is that one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn far, far in the past. Could we have known them already? Somewhere. So after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. It may just be a fairy tale, but I for one would like to believe it. The fairy legend goes on. Two children step out a steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, but holds stone in hand and shiny lights. Glowstone of round rocks. Let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to the Curl a few moments ago now features in a legend from ages past. That can't be possible, can it? Little scarpering cat. At this point, I'm about ready to believe any bleeding thing. But that reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Floor. Remember when we went into the core and almost got our asses fried by a Colossus inside a Colossus? Well, I felt the strangest sensation then. A feeling that chilled me to the bone. And if something terrible had happened that I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too, so tell us, did you see anything when you were going in and out of time? Did you have any idea what happened to us while QuickThinks was spinning the hands of the clock? I don't think so. I missed it? Oh, no. Did I? I looked at... Well, I have to look at chat, man. That's part of my job, bro. Shut up. I don't. You don't know? Well, excuse me. That doesn't exactly put my heart at ease. Would it have killed you to say, but of course I saw plenty of alternative realities, Wedge, and I could say without a sliver of doubt that in none of them were you Biggs blasted to smithereens. Wedge, I know we were both thinking the worst, but you don't have to go bleeding to say it. Look, as far as I'm concerned, what Floor doesn't know can't hurt us. So why don't we just forget we ever asked? I'm telling the truth, right? I didn't see it. Anyway. It seemed this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done. But now that QuickThinks is out of the picture, I've got high hopes that Round Rocks and her friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse. Speaking of work, we better get back to it before the Chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Floor. Until next time. There was a lot happening during the Alex fight, man. I still think we should kill this cat. This cat feels like it has the potential to disrupt the entire timeline. You don't think so? I'm just saying, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay. Right, we've got a few of these dungeons to... Right, we've got Ravana Extreme. Present the Weeping Eye. Let's go and do that. The Diabolic... Let's unlock Bismarck Extreme. I think that'd be a good next move. The Tramontane returns, and with it white. So too comes the great Netherling warrior. Like double rainbows in the mist, Sonu knows not what to make of this. An eye in the hands of a Netherling. Storm clouds of the Vandu are no match for the eye's might. Smash it against the Aetheryte in the whale's crown, and he will be vulnerable once more. Bind him with the chains of steel and drive him from the cloud sea. Return zephyr winds and sunlight to our lands. Okay. What else have you got for me here? Nothing magic there. What about you? Reap what you sow. Okay. Netherling's the perfect term for the Dutch kids. That's Reap is a dungeon? Okay, cool. We'll get that in a sec. Sweet. Thanks, guys. We can warp straight back there, so... Go and turn this in. Oh, so much better to be able to fly in this zone. So much better. It actually looks really pretty now. There you are, Floor. The Enterprise Excelsior is ready to depart whenever you are. Say again. Chief Soru wants you to smash some gemstone against an Aetheryte to dispel a barrier of storm clouds. I don't even know where to begin. Oh, the hell's with it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. I'll rendezvous with you there. Did we do it? We're going now all the way over here. Did we fly across the whole place? I hope so. Yeah. Totally alien. There's a floating tree. You sarky gits. You are the sarkiest gits in the world, man. You're just dripping with it every step of the way. No water. No water. It was a daft thing to say. It was. It was. It just felt to me like they're all working on 10.0, and that's what they have. There's the water. Wonder if I can walk on it. Hold on. Checking. Confirmed. Confirmed. I guess we're going up. I should never have checked. The whale's crown. Oh, we actually got to turn on an Aetheryte. That's pretty cool. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the Aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune with the Aetheryte, and once more, nothing happens. Okay. That's Bismarck Extremes. Sweet. Alright. We should head to here and grab the dungeon quest. Let's go. Hey, I'm going to check out the new raid. Wow. For sure, for sure, for sure. Always excited to see a new raid. The great Netherling warrior who chased the clouds from our land returns. Like gentle zephyr wind, Sanu has plea, and hopes Netherling lends an ear. Zundu takes shelter from the Vundu storm by virtue of peace offerings and respect commanded by Zundu chief. Now, though, the rains threaten to fall again. The symbol of chief's power is the great mask he wears, a mask that grows old and worn. A chief who wears shabby mask is a chief who commands as much respect as a summer's day drizzle. This is you guys mocking his glam. Tribal mask is made from the scale of the Woke, a giant Sanua who nests in Neverreap, where the Vanu Vanu are forbidden to go. The wicked Vandu seek to hoard power and influence for themselves. They seize control of Neverreap and forbid poor Zondu from entering. But they cannot keep out the great Netherling who tamed the White. Go to Neverreap, Netherling, and snatch the scale of the woke from the Vandu's evil clutches. Tony Vanu will be your guide. He awaits you outside the village. Pray go swiftly, Netherling, and chase away the coming storm. Alright. Let's go. Why does Black Mage damage feel low? Level 42, it feels like tanks do higher damage. I have never used a damage meter in the game, and everything died, so I went with that theory. That was about as deep as I went into the damage situation. What you might be running into is Black Mages need to, even earlier on, kind of need to stand still to pump. And if your tank is like chain pulling, it feels like by the time you get there, you can't cast anything. That's just because the content's not particularly hard and not a reflection of your damage. Like, a lot of times I was running and doing like swift cast Thunder 2s just to have something going on. At one point I was even championing Scathe because I could run and cast it. Like Fire 2 and stuff like that take ages to cast. I was Scathe gaming for a while. Not too much. As soon as I hit level... let's just say level 60, you get tons more instant casts and guaranteed procs and things, and it really doesn't affect me as much anymore. Tony, I'm walking here! Tony Vanu waits for Netherling Warrior. Netherling Warrior comes. Netherling braves Neverreap to retrieve the woke scale of Zundu. Tony's heart flutters in the gentle winds of Netherling's kindness. Neverreap is sacred land to the Vanu Vanu. But Vundu come with their wicked ways and transform Neverreap into a tempest of terrors. Watch your tail feathers, Netherling. Okay. New dungeon. Sweet. Thanks, guys. Neverreap. Oh, my gear's low. Let me go here and repair. It's the only place I know where a repair thing is. I'm repairing now. I got this. There we go. Always something going on. Always something going on. Every single step of the way. I'm out. There's always something going on. Where else do we need to go? The Fate of the Stars. Let's head over here while the dungeon queue's going. Is there a dungeon in Azisla? This isn't a relic things, I don't think. Oh, it is a good thing, for sure. Well... Oh, was this Extreme Muscle Tree? It was, right? Extreme Muscle Tree? I think so. Dude, I've been in that house at 2 AM and seen people still sitting there. I think a lot of people just kind of leave it on. Just, let's fill it out. Yeah. Look at the statues at the top. Hold on. It's kind of high up, this place. I still feel really bad for that dragon that's just locked up and doesn't want to be freed. That still bums me out, man. Oh, is it the Triad? Below me. Alley-oop. And now it's above me. Where is this place? I've got to remember where we landed for the story quest here. I think we landed on here and went down a hole. There it is. Activate verification systems. Combat simulation request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Beep boop. Data processed. Adversary. Warring Triad. Sephiroth. Defining simulation parameters. Warning. Threat level extreme. The Empire assumes no responsibility for death or injury. Alright, turn it on. Boom! There we go. There's the next extreme. What dungeons are we missing now then? That's the MSQ. Yeah, for those who've lost his MSQ. Alright, this is what we have. Another quest near you is dungeons. Oh, here. The Fate of the Stars. Okay, let's go and do that one. I do like the jams in this zone. Very much a joy. Oh, it's ukulele. This is Alice. I see we are the first to arrive, no matter. Your colleagues should be here anon. They were wise to indeed keep this area under surveillance. Had the Garleans slipped up by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archonish Tola set forth for Azazlar when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he has yet to find his prize. Alice is alive! We've seen her shoe! Oh, God. Well met, Ukulele. We thank you for answering my summons so swiftly. Well, we shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the 6th Legion. It seems all but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Alag's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Urianger sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I would be surprised if the Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already. It is passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Sharlayan. Naught was left to chance. Naught. It's almost as if you intentionally did it wrong, isn't it, pal? Eh? Isn't it, pal? You and your little friend here? Yeah? Suspect, brother. It is well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness, it is passing strange. That it is, Urianger, but 'tis a mystery for another day. Archonish Tola has the right of it. Before or else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Allegans to harness primal energies. Of particular concern is the Genesis expression, an etherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothingness. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance? He did furnish me with the morsel, yes. And knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. You not see. We have been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion. I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Ukulele. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying Legatuses. Prial's sentiments reflect my own. Yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Urianger? Urianger? Forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imagings. In answer to this question, lady, I am content to be led by thee on this matter. Come on, come on, come on! Beep boop beep! Beep boop beep boop beep! Beep boop beep beep beep! Right, I've enabled the facilities, shall we? Son of a bitch. So close, man. So close. Skipper. Oh, come on. Are we going to fight big hoo-hoos? Hoo-hoo, oh boy. Oh my god, it's the cat boy. Woohoo! Skippers! That was pretty weird, wasn't it? Oh crap, remind me when we get out of here. An offering can be placed here. Any offerings? I welcome you to Nevery, brave Netherling. Take thunder eggs in hand. Place thunder eggs on altar of the clouds, and winds will swirl and carry you. Okay. Slightly concerned that we are apparently dealing with a naked tank. Little spooks. I'm sure we'll be fine. Why are we fighting tacos? Any eggs? Where are you guys getting eggs from? Brought my own eggs. We seem to be fighting some juicy tacos. Oh my god! Storming affix? Melee unfriendly, see? Told you it was melee unfriendly. Imagine playing melee. I had that yesterday. There was a dungeon we did that I just had no memory of whatsoever. Odds on us fighting a boss soon. I'm going to use one cooldown. How did I not hit 3 of them there? What? That's crazy. My thunder didn't hit all 3 of them. Is this the boss? Son of a bitch. Are we gaming or what? Alright, let's go. Rune of power, baby! Alright, no one cast on me. I can't... Fuck. Well... Are we absolutely sure Yoshi P plays a black mage? Because I feel like he wouldn't allow this. Come on. We need to have words. Oh my god. Kill Jaden all over again. I just want to cast a spell. That's all I want. The God who whispers is no longer sealed. Did not like that, boss. That's a nopers from me. Big nuke. Here we go. Here we go, boys. Boom, boom. Get fried. We more mana. Oh. Ah! You'll see, game. You'll see. My time is coming. My time is coming.
You are fucking shit.
Ooh, lots of mobs. Get the sizzle, though. Taste the sizzle. I missed them all.
Have you ever thought about getting good?
There they are. I'll get the sizzle at some point. Not today. Never adjust. These extremes are gonna be these extremes are gonna be a learning curve, I'll tell you. Right, there's a boss behind here, I can see it. Woohoo! Enemies casting hoo-hoo spells. Don't run out on me, Inochian. Don't run out on me. Kanu Banu? Wait, what? Alright, what's he gonna do? Marked. Looks like it's just going to drop on me. This is fine. Totem channel. Wait, click it. Is that what I do? That's what they're doing. Maybe we take them out of it. Are they healing you if they're in the thing? We'll try taking them out of it. Died. Okay, you either take the totems into the circle or you take them out. Which I don't know which one it is. It's one of those two. Out. Okay. Out. Alright, alright. I mean, how was I to know? At least I did something that seemed right. It was the wrong thing, but we're not all perfect, are we? Oh, you guys all did it perfectly first time. I see. My mistake. My mistake. Or did you, in fact, just wait for somebody else to do it and hope for the best? probably what I should have done. Oh, giraffes! Why are we killing the giraffes? It's a camel. I think we're being a bit semantic on this. Tell you what, it's not. Pretty. That is some ugly stuff. They are, right? Right, I need a new mask for my boy. Cool. Mini Bismarck. I'll take a mini Bismarck. Just targeted with something there, I think. Whoa, whoa, where you going, pal? Where you going, little pull? What's he doing? Ooh! Shield up! Wow. Well then. Okay. Divine Mist must give you a buff or something. It's gotta be the Divine Mist.
Have you tried not dying?
So do you kill the mist and get some sort of... There was a tornado as well. I wonder if you throw yourself in the air. You dodge it. I could cheese it with Shorecast, but I don't want to do that.
Have you ever thought about getting good?
I don't think everybody has anti-knockback, or maybe they do.
Not gonna lie, mate. That was pretty shit.
No, it's got to be the Divine Mist somehow. I'll try to pick up a buff or something. What if you just get behind him? He travels to a corner as well.
Have you tried using Death Strike, mate?
There's Divine Mist. You kill that one. Does Xeris get a buff? Did I get a buff? Not seeing whatever it is. gotta be them, right? What are they doing? I don't... Oh. Do they spawn winds? Oh, okay. Are they spawning the winds that we're supposed to go in? I wonder if that knocks you up. That's becoming very hard to cast now. I want to do it properly. I don't want to kill the boss. No, they've all disappeared. Maybe you just get close. Just get close. Yeah, overthought it like a motherfucker. Overthunk it. Yeah, I was overthinking it. I was thinking it was a 5-head plane. You kill the Divine Gusts. You can get some sort of grounding buff, or you throw yourself up in a tornado over the blast. Nope, you just don't stand far away. That was cool. That got my brain going. Alright, did we get the mask? We didn't set it in. Oh, I'm not toxic, man. My brain was elsewhere. I was thinking about the mechanic, okay? I guarantee we were about 5 seconds off this. I guarantee you. I guarantee it. This is not... We read it all. Here we go. How close were we to the full completion? I've enabled the teleporters. We were, right? Oh, no, we weren't. Okay. You dwell on the matter of the barrier? I do. Verily 'twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the head of the students of Baldesian himself. Even the most learned Archon would require some several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself. Preternatural. So we're going in anyway, right? Oh yeah, it's clearly a red flag. Or... I did not skip! We read that entire cutscene. Come on, man. I was not skipping. I didn't skip anything. What about it anyway? What are you going to do? Huh? What are you going to do? Right, let's deliver this to Sanu Banu. What? Wrong dungeon? Really? Is it? Which one is it then? Which dungeon is it? Oh, it's not a dungeon. Oh. Oh, my mistake. Okay. Alright, well, we're here, so let's turn this in and then we can head back. Nedling wears the triumphant look of one who weathers the storm. You return from Nevery with the woke scale, yes? Sanu knows. There you go, buddy. Brand new mask. Nedling bears the scale, and this is a mighty one indeed. Fashion a mast from this, and the Zundu chief will command the authority of a furious storm of lightning. But that is not all Netherling accomplishes, no. Netherling chases the cruel Vundu from Neverreap, returns halcyon winds to our sacred line. We Zundu are not like our cruel Vundu brothers. Gentle like a spring breeze, we welcome Netherlings with open wings. Sanu's heart is warmed by the gentle sunlight of your friendship. Promise us that you will remain a friend of the Zundu for the many seasons to come. Deal, pal! I also... Wait. This is not stalling. Fine. I need to go to Idleshire. There we go. We need to spend our... gear items. We need to spend the gear items, dude. We got loads of them. Right? Oh no, did we do it yesterday? Never mind. I'm still here, though. Nope. I thought we were capped again. We've still got 1,000 to get rid of, so it's whatever. Just one gate. It literally never stopped doing stuff in this game. At any point. Where am I going? There we go. Okay, we need... it's 270 stuff, isn't it? Earrings. Rings. Earring, bracelet, and another ring, maybe. That's correct, isn't it? We could buy more. Can we get 2 rings? Which one did we buy? We got the Augmented Shire Philosopher's Ring. We do need a belt, apparently. Yeah, we do. Good call. Determination. Oh, there was a filter someone told me about. Show... Scholar Arcanist? No? Which one is it? Oh, it's a scrolling window. I was so fucking confused. There we go. I was genuinely confused then. I was like, what the fuck? Why can't I get my stuff? I think that's it. If we can get another ring, though. Yes. Augmented Shire Philosophic Ring. Oh, Preceptor's Ring. We're 22 shy. Fair enough. Fair. Cool. Alright. There we go. Up here. Oh yeah, the ring didn't work. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Well, we only need like 10 more things, and then that's the last thing to buy. 270, 270. 270, 270, 270. 270, 270. Cool. Sweet. I could equip it manually, but I'll lose int, will I? I'll lose something. It's not a big deal, like we're over geared to fuck for the entire expansion. Ain't no biggie. Just didn't want to waste the stone things. Ain't no big deal, we'll be swapping it soon enough. The terminal has been activated. Prepare to teleport to the research facility. I did click the right name of the dungeon then. I knew where we were supposed to be. What is this? The Garleans strike for the heart of the facility, and the Legatus spearheads their charge. We must be swift in our pursuit. I don't think I've done a duty like this before. Oh, I did when we fought the Legatus last time, actually. That was outdoors. Hope he doesn't fuck me up this time. I assume he's come back harder and stronger. Woohoo! Hey, big boy! Did he just fly? I'm pretty sure our boy just flew away like Superman.
In the name of the Emperor!
In the name of the Emperor! Okay, everybody's... Healer! No! Woohoo! Healer! Stop it! Thank you! Stop it, please! Oh! Hello? Dark Souls? The 6th Legion Colossus. Boom! Look at that health bar. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you better run away. Ishtolo is so good. Thank you, Ish. You're the best. She's the absolute carry at all times. After the Legatus. Uh-huh. And still, they came. Press on, floor. I will handle this. I mean, we can one-shot those in like 2 seconds. It's really not a problem.
I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Even in the moments of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head.
Let's do it, buddy! Are you ready for this? Here comes the pain.
Savages.
Oof!
Savages.
Oof!
Can you
Pump the-
withstand this?
Yo!
Enough!
Did we win? Okay. Floor. Tomlith is unbreached then. How menacing. Kryl!
My wounds will not slow my blade, should you seek to bar my path.
And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act. Just give it up, dude. I've beat you twice, man. Come on. Call it a day, pal.
What madness afflicts you, Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation?
He's here to bring freedom. It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the White Raven, Legatus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of a lag, and invited the calamity in so doing. The star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man, a warmongering savage least of all.
Have care, boy. You speak of my Emperor.
What are you gonna do? Your Emperor's a little bitch! What do you think of that?
But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause.
Oh, why don't you show me what you got? You pull that out your ass? Well, well. I appear not to be dead. Ow. Oh, don't tell me they're killing off Kryl. Heart attack? Kryl? I may have cracked a rib or two. I'll be fine, honestly. Our foes gave no quarter. Had ukulele stinted in his defence of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse. Come on. Come on. I could do no less. Mistress Kryl is here at my behest, after all. Come on, take it off. The secrets of Alag are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the legatus will return to Garlemald till the prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp. Then we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Kryl and I will place additional seals upon the tomolith. Ukulele. I appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you. Was not. Come on. Oh, please. It was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is, "You're welcome." Aye. You are welcome. Come on. Take it off. Knock him over. We could. It's Alisei. I don't think it is Alisei now. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's somebody we've never met before. Maybe. Or it's Alisei. Ah, Nurianje. Are the new wards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come unto thee in secret, that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? Aye, I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an imperial legatus into this facility in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the warrior of light. You accuse me of masterminding this day's events? The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the legatus of the 6th Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. 'Tis plain to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. The Emperor's son. The Emperor's son. And you have proof of this. Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Emperor's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence then did the legators come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unravelled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of any blessed with such? Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times, and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose. It is but thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with Flora or Mistress Kryl, it is like that we would have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alag as bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? Yeah, buddy! Dude, I just met a time-traveling cat and killed a giant robot, brother. You've no fucking clue what I'm up to in a day. You've no idea, son. No idea. I injected myself with a big fucking needle and turned into a monkey. I did. That was yesterday. Dude, you've got no idea. None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who could control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of the star is an end too vast for any of us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, Flaw. Urianger is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgive Ukulele this transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. It would be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom. Oh. Shh. There you are, you rotten idler. When Ishtola realised we were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid. Ah, never mind the warring triad. I have awoken Archon Ishtola's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Absolutely fuming! I'm fuming! Come, Flaw. It is time we return to the Rising Stones. I follow quest. You look above your archer at the ship, there's some cool statues. Oh, we already saw them here. You know what I mean? That was ages ago. I was talking about it this morning. I've seen the statues of the Triads. You know what I'm saying? I'm all over it. Come, Flaw. I don't like it when you say it like that. I really don't. One sec. Beep boop. Bum 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 bum. Come, Flaw. Woohoo! Come, Flaw. Go. Never doubted a damn thing. A crap guide to Final Fantasy XIV DPS.
Everybody likes to do damage, and don't pretend like you don't, because I know you're lying. Otherwise, why would you be playing an RPG with core mechanics such as leveling up, getting stronger, and looking fashionable as fuck? It's to do massive numbers on the other guys until their numbers are so small they match the PP size of anybody who doesn't commend at the end of a duty. The other members leaving too quickly is no excuse. How do you expect to move quick enough to avoid AoEs if you can't even move quick enough to tell your allies they're doing a great job and that their glamour is sexy? Is that uncharacteristically nice of me? Maybe, but it means I get to steal the LB3 from the only melee in the group. Welcome to A Crap Guide to Final Fantasy.
That's beautiful. That is a beautiful song. That's
Today
majestic.
I'm going to be talking about every job. That's right. What, you thought only the DPS have to DPS? Boy, I could slap you with my overflowing glamour dresser. Damage is the name of the game in Final Fantasy XIV, and the entirety of the game is designed around everybody dealing it, including the tanks and the healers. If the DPS roles are contributing 60% of the damage, tanks and healers are the ones who fill in the other 40. So if you don't contribute, you belong in the garbage chute. So don't get so hung up on the role names. Everybody is a DPS. What I mean specifically is that one, not only is FF14 a cooperative game, which means anytime you waste is not only yours, but also anybody else in your party as well. And two, every combat feature in FF14 is designed with dealing damage in mind. Healers and tanks get skills that actively promote doing more DPS. Hell, Sage is a healer whose skills actively benefit from doing DPS. Tanks get skills that actively...
It's just a gun. That's just a fucking gun. That's all that is. Is that the Sage gun? That's just a straight up gun.
promote doing more DPS. Hell, Sage is a healer whose skills actively benefit from doing DPS. And most importantly of all, in Rage.
Okay, that's a
Is a
lot
hero
in this
whose
video.
skills
Hold on. Phlegma balls. Slap all bitches in an area. Also heal your buddy. Dyscrasia. Slap all nearby bitches. Dosis. Slap a bitch. Slap a bunch of bitches in a line. And Cardia. Make someone your heal buddy. Okay. Hell yeah, brother.
actively benefit from doing DPS. And most importantly of all, Enrage. Enrage is what happens when you overstay your welcome in a dungeon or boss arena and the residents have run out of things to talk about and are just really ready for you to leave so they can finally go poop without being worried that you're going to steal all their old DreamWorks DVDs. That is to say, you're either forcefully kicked out or alternatively they instantly murder you. How do you prevent this from happening? You murder them first, of course, and then you pop in a copy of Shrek 2 so you can watch the castle siege again. And guess what? The later and later in the game you get, the more and more frequent enrages start to appear. And they'll have more and more health too, so if somebody decides they just don't feel like more and more health.
Gets upset if you go too slow. Gets upset just generally all the time. Gets upset if you go too fast. That's Twintania? Or Bahamut?
Too, so if somebody decides they just don't feel like they want to cooperate in this team game they decided to play, and now the boss has an eighth of its health left and is about to destroy the entire universe, Princess Fiona isn't going to be the only one who will need a hero. Hopefully it's been drilled in your head now that DPSing is essential, not just for the jobs with the title sticker, but also anyone in a fancy robe or edgy trench coat as well. Now that you know that, how does one go about dealing max deeps? The first most basic thing is to do your combos. Press a button. See another button light up? Press that one. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a combo. And doing so will reap a myriad of benefits, from putting damage over time on your target, gaining mana, doing your taxes, or any variety of other additional effects. But mostly, it all achieves the same goal of dealing more damage. Secondly, you want to press these skills that the game labels as abilities and the community calls off-global cooldowns, or OGCDs for short. More like OGCDs nuts! I personally call them free damage buttons. They cost you nothing and there's literally no reason not to press them while your normal cooldown is rolling. But this one has a long cooldown. What if I need it later? No, it doesn't. Shut up. The cooldowns in this game are so short you might as well press them, because by the time you need them again, whoop, they're back up. Not to mention, many jobs require you to press those free damage buttons to unlock even spankier damage buttons. So use your goddamn free damage buttons. It's free damage! The next rule of DPSing is knowing your ABCs. Always be casting! This means mashing away at your keyboard like a tickle monster working double time. More specifically, it means that the best way to make sure you are doing the most damage that you can is to always have your global cooldown going. Even if it means accidentally pressing the wrong skill like the single brain cell that you are. Because if you're always pressing buttons, even the suboptimal one, you are doing more damage than if you weren't. And doing damage is always better than not doing damage. Yes, even Skaith. Here's a live example with my two subjects, Jan and Chloe. They both deal 1 million damage and suddenly the boss flies out of melee range. Jan sits there waiting patiently for the boss to return before she can start doing 1 million damage again. Meanwhile, Chloe's pressing the deal 1 damage at a range button the entire time they're waiting. I ask you, puny viewer, which person is dealing more damage right now? Yeah, but it's only 1 damage. Who's dealing more damage? As if any fight is going to get so close that dealing... Who is dealing more damage? Sure, it might not look like much, but it's going to matter when they fight the boss that has 3,000,002 health and they wipe all because the other DPS decided they don't want to press buttons. It's such little DPS, it won't make a difference. Sure, Jan. Now, one of the best things you should do to improve your damage in Final Fantasy XIV
Brady
is this.
Bunch
It's really simple.
reference?
I want you to lean in. It's a super simple thing. Here, come close. I'm gonna say the thing. Are you ready? Okay, here it goes. Read your tooltips! The little block of text that literally tells you what your skills do. Honestly, you would be surprised how many people queue into an expert dungeon and never realize they have a skill that can attack multiple targets. Even all the things I tell you in this video, the combos, the range attacks, the AoE damage skills, the free damage buttons. The best way to know what your job is capable of is by reading your job skill tooltips yourself. So you better read your goddamn tooltips, because if I see another player not knowing about their AoE combo and a mob pull at level 80, I'm gonna grab the nearest aetherite and bash you so hard you're gonna be teleported to the final resting place of every ERPer's used undergarments.
I thought Final Fantasy XIV wasn't toxic. I'm really confused by this video. Are you telling me at level 80 there's some toxicity going on in the dungeons and people aren't performing ultimately? I don't know, man. I've started to change my opinion of this FF14 community.
With all that out of the way, you'd think I'd covered everything you need to do to be an ultimate clearing badass, right? Unfortunately, not, Waffle Face, because the final responsibility every single role in Final Fantasy XIV shares is not dying. Oh sure, the healers help, but most of the time your own survival is on you and only you. And that means making sure you do the fight mechanics and don't take avoidable damage like it's got the cheese touch. Oh, I'm sorry, are you in the middle of your cast? You want to try and hit that purple parse like the big man you are? That's too damn bad! Each time you take damage that is avoidable means the healer has to heal you and they're dealing less damage. And on top of that, you get this cheese puff called a vulnerability stack. For each stack you have, you take more and more damage until you get one shot when the enemy farts in your general direction. All this to say, if you don't avoid enemy damage, you will not only make the healer do less DPS, but you're also likely going to die, which means 0 DPS. And if you still think that's not a big deal and the healers can just res you, each time you die you get a dunce cap of shame that reduces your DPS even more for about as long as a red light in Philadelphia. So you better stay alive or else I'm gonna raise you so I can rescue you into an AoE and kill you myself. To recap, everybody's DPS matters. Press your free damage buttons. Always be casting. Read your your tooltips, stay alive. But even if you keep all those things in mind, the #1 rule to improve your DPS performance is to practice. Striking dummies are all over the goddamn place, out in the overworld, and even in the yards of some random people's houses in the residential districts. So if you see one, there's no shame in whacking it a few times like you're auditioning to be a dominatrix. I'm sure the neighbors won't mind. Practice makes perfect, and even all the foresight in the world will not fully translate into the doing. So go and do that doing so that one day you too can do the do and make everybody else look like doo-doo because of how good your doing skills are. And with how much doing you'll be doing, maybe someday you too can clear an ultimate and get a shiny-ass weapon of your own to show off to people AFKing at the Limsa Aetherite Plaza. Just know the difference between an amateur and a master is that a master has failed way more times. By the way, get ready for a party wipe. Wait, what? Congratulations, you're now better at the game than you were 5 seconds ago. Ow! And now you know how to DPS, you're welcome. Oh, finally, my Q just popped.
You should scream.
No, one of the other party members withdrew. Ah, fuck!
That was very educational. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Although I have to take issue with some things. If you're not going to get a vuln stack and you're going to survive, healers do less damage than I do damage. Right? So if I stand still and continue to pump my higher ratio of DPS, and that healer throws a heal on me, overall, we're still ahead of the game. No, listen, it's simple math, right? If I stand still and do 1,000 damage, and the healer does 30 damage, it's better that I continue to do my 1,000 damage by not moving. That's simple mathematics, honestly. I'm not sure why you guys don't understand this. You won't do more damage to the healer doesn't heal you because of being toxic. Look, sometimes you got to make a judgment call, okay? Sometimes if you want to push it to the limit, you got to fly by the seat of your pants, and that means working together as a cohesive unit. One heal out of your book is 3 more fire 4s out of my book. Do the math. Do the math, right? Do the math. You've got to push it to the edge. Shut the fuck up.
Have you ever thought about getting good?
Yeah, all the healers getting upset. Just fucking heal me. What are you queuing as a healer for if you're not going to heal me? I don't understand. This is so confusing. Can't believe you would queue as a healer and then complain about healing. I'm not complaining about DPSing, and I queued as a DPS. Okay? You know what I'm saying? That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. I can't hear about white mage. I can't hear about white mage. You're just rolling healer to have fast queues. Sad. Sad. Actually, the real toxicity is the healers expecting not to heal, when you think about it. That's really quite poisonous. If the tanks decided not to tank, how would that work? We're all doing our best here. We're all doing our best. Insane. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Because I like it. You know what it is? You know what it is? I taught people how to do this stuff in WoW for like nearly 10 years. And now I can get my own back. Now I could join into the masses who watched thousands of hours of my videos and still didn't take that advice. I'm joining them. I'm joining them. I'm moving in. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Ariange suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. This is a dark one, man! I told you they had a dark alpha, no? Regardless, I would use my gift for the selfsame purpose. Salvation of this star. And nothing. Nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing energy. This I know only too well. What I'm about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. The jizz? The white jizz? So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection, its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite, insatiable in their hunger for ether. They ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force, and fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Oriange so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master, too, cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world. So you're a spaceman. Warrior of Light. If this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the warring triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archonish Tola detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess. In former times, such readings can only mean one thing. She is close to awakening. Let us return to Azazlar forthwith and put an end to this primal deity, lest she rise again in all her terrible glory. I thought we didn't... So, yeah, Bismarck's not part of the Triad. Okay. Wait. Is Ravana and Bismarck separate? They're just ordinary primals. They're not part of the Triad. Correct. Okay. Cool. Cool. Would you mind locking your... The sound is triggering. Would you mind locking your... Lock your skill bars. The sound is triggering? What sound? This one? What sound's bothering you? Sound's still there. Clicking ability? What? It's locked. I don't know what sound you're referring to, but whatever. It's locked. It's all good. Foe! Kalbaya! Thank you very much. Crimson Numbers. Hello, Oriel. Thank you very much. Batman, by the way. Welcome, Batman. Nice to see you. Played Viper and Caius Morgan. Welcome, all of you guys. What? Locked! I clicked the little lock, man. There's a different sound when you mouse click abilities. Locked or unlocked. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, you've started some shit now. Hold on. I need to science this. They use, of course, like Kupo to test that. Mouse click. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So confused. I don't get it either. Error messages? Click. I don't click any abilities though. Clicking my spells. I don't click my spells though. How would that? What? I'm so confused. Okay. Anyway, it's locked. I assume if whatever it was is fixed. I don't know what it was, but it's fine. All right, let's go see ukulele. Meow. Get off me. Get off me. Paul, thank you for the sub to Salahina. Hello to you. Latum. Good day to you, Paul. I hope you're feeling well, bud. You can right-click on the training dummy and reset enmity. Cool. Thank you. Coolio, coolio, coolio. Let's go. Click with lock no sound. Click unlock to get a system sound. Never noticed it in my entire life. But if it bothers someone, I don't mind changing it. LB, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, brother. I hope you're doing really well too. Thank you so much, LB, for everything you've done. Well, I'm certainly not here to annoy people. It's not like I would move the UI out of place. I would. I'd do it in a heartbeat. I would do it in a heartbeat. Oh my god, that fucking... Jesus Christ. That subtrade just ravaged. Look by Gusty. Thank you so much. You just ravaged it. My god. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The madman. The madman. Ooh. So, we're gonna see... Are we gonna see... Is there going to be big simp in here, or is this going to be like Matoya again? We appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we wait our colleagues here? Sophia the Goddess. Okay. Let's see Sophia the Goddess. The 6th Legion have returned. Are we under attack? Floor! Ukulele! We're under attack. Ishtola and Urianger have engaged that foe not far from here. Oh, Ninja Pool on the way in. Classic. Yeah. Ran a train to the raid entrance. Yo, is this guy glitched? Haha! Rarely is my shield thus tested. 'Twould seem the Allegans have not been lax in their recruitment. It's like Heaven's Ward. Dark Heaven's Ward? Think you so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you lay idle. Still your tongues! We have stalled them long enough. Okay. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Hear my words of despair, Alligans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instruments of its own undoing. They're simps. They're unwashed simps. It is well that you are here, Floor. I should like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not? Yeah? It was a Mercidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for our antagonist's meaning, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo. The one with the shield seemed to think we were Alligans. He recited what sounded like a verse of prophecy, then claimed that their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, Floor? Sorry, dude, somebody at the door. Bark, bark, woof, woof. Woofers! Woofers all round. Might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple? Aye. From their tongue, their words, and their attire, it is like that our antagonists were Mercidian, thralls to the goddess Sophia and victims of the Alligans' incursions. If, as Kryl claimeth, they thought us agents of a lack, it is little wonder that they sought to bring us low. You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment, and we have no choice but to accept word of her awakening as truth. Gods help us! The warring triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, Flora and her friends won't stand a chance. Yeah, we're gonna die. Let us be about it then. Floor, Kryl, Ukulele, the three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Urianger and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls. Oh, I'm giving it the stink eye. Okay. Is this to be gratuitous? That's my question, game. Mistress Kryl, did you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety? Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand, the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. I guess we need to put together a motley crew of gamers here. Containment Bay Pit 6, now accessible. In for? In for what? Alright, let's see if we get a squad. We've got a tank. Yatak wants the tank. Raven, nice. Ezekiel, Gimpy. I'm just going in order. How many's that? That's 6. Are we missing any rolls? Xeris is DPS. Raven can heal. Yatak's tanking. Ezekiel's tanking. So that's 2 tanks, 1 healer. Okay. It's just DPS? Alright, awesome. So just DPSs. Okay, let me go back to let me try and get the guys in order. Woohoo, Inv! Miranda. Oh, we got so many new people who've joined the free company. These are all fresh faces. Welcome, squadron. Alright. Right, we're going in blind. Although the clue from the audience is laughing at you because of this balancing scales. Okay. Yeah, it's 6, right? Laughing at you. That's the clue I've got from the chat, is laughing at you because of the scales. Pepe laugh. Okay. How gratuitous? Let us find out. Was she big?
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
Thanks, Ish. Yo, she's pretty scary. That's even worse. Is she wearing herself as a hat? This boss model is wacky.
The unenlightened come.
Oh, she's like crawling. This music is also very good. I say that every boss fight, but it's true every boss fight. Quasar. What's Quasar do?
Know you the full weight of death.
Are we spreading? Oh, is it on me? What's that? Huh. Going across the room, maybe? Yep, okay. Die bombs. Cloudy heavens.
To me, my faithful.
Eternal doom. Oh, she spawned the simps. Oh, let me out. Whoa. I'm mind controlled. Right, we're back, we're back.
Come forth, scales of revelation. I would know the weight of your souls.
Whoa! Oh, this is so cool. Ha! Raven died. What a fucking loser.
And you bring equilibrium. I shall tip back the balance.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, do we stay on this side now? She's gonna knock us over? Maybe we just stay in the middle. I'm risking it on the side, but I might be wrong here.
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
She's gonna knock me down. We're good. I think these things spot would knock into us. Could be wrong on that then. Stay in the middle now.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Okay, she's gonna shoot across the platform, yeah? Pew pew. Wait, why did I get Vuln then? What the fuck? What's that about? I'm guessing on extreme. I'm not sure. I saw the two balls landing on the balance thing, so whether the balance that means it's going that way. I didn't see the exact tell for which side it was. I saw the two balls. I'm not sure what gave me a Vuln stack either. This room is incredible. Like, actually incredible. Yeah, we'll be doing the extremes probably early next week, I think. And maybe it's, depending on how long the remainder of the Heaven's Ward MSQ is. I got snapshotted? Maybe. Yeah, probably. That might be it. Commendations for everyone. Non-toxic. Not toxic. There you go. I give them all that. That was really cool. I can't believe the... Does that mean there is another triad? Right, I've got a sandwich here. I'm just going to eat my sandwich. Oh, I need to check out these new rooms as well. So let's get out of here. Some people have designed some new rooms for us. Yeah, I thought the Ravana and stuff were part of the triad, but it appears not. I know triad means 3. Thank you. Ever since I learned that a triangle has 4 sides, it's all good. I see the goddesses no more. Well done. Once Kryal and Ukulele have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe I have the answer for that. Don't know why I'm doing this. Discovered the remains of a Garlean soldier in the adjacent sector of the containment facility. It is like that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion, and it was enthralled by his troubles. Another reminder, if anyone needed, was the incalculable threat posed by these beings. The goddess would not even have been conscious if she claims the man's will, and yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, and would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder what the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Kryal discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check, a flaw which had plainly been added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together the story. It was a time towards the end of the Third Astral Era, when the peoples of Mericidia faced extinction at the hands of the Allagan Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within our lag, who we believe agreed to tamper with the prison intended for Sophia, and then the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this had always been their plan.
Indeed, the prison was situated at the heart of a lag, and we think they intended to attack the city from within.
Which is a Trojan horse, eh?
They merely have to wait for the rebels to exploit the weakness in their confines.
But the conspirators' dealings with the Mercidians were exposed before they could enact their plot, and all was summarily executed. It seems that the floor itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop, and subsequently the Garleans.
I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass had their scheme been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy.
Trial hath the right of it. Its words may be deciphered thus. The cursed Paul speaketh of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to emerge at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than the great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner, whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon a lag to set right the scales of justice.
A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would surely have raised the realm. Naught would have been spared the devastation the Mercidians' homeland included.
Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wish for naught else but to purge the poison of a lag with primal fire. The tale teacheth us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Allegans were fools to place their trust in technological bondage. To shackle such things is but to delay the inevitable. Naught save their total destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones, and there consider the final step of this most needful task.
Oh.
The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, Rianche. One not limited to the icons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down.
Oh, what's he doing? Woohoo, bomb it!
Warning, deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter code. Oh dear. Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. How many people did he just kill? Out of curiosity. I feel like it was a lot. A lot, maybe? I don't know. I don't think we... Did we get a number on that? Alright, well, I have my sandwich. Let's, apparently, there's some brand new houses on our show. Right, who had a new house? Lionheart, okay. Oh, Saiga has one? Alright. Oh, look. Okay. This is creepy real. Oh, of course. Of course. You do only have one monitor. You don't even have a mouse? Yeah, one monitor minus 2 points. The lack of keyboard or mouse is not effective. It's all based on monitor size. This will be great. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of there. That's upsetting. That is very clean. Where is yours? Hold on. Oh my god, there's so many rooms here now. Oh, you done yours too, Yatek? Alright. You all done them up after the competition? Were you inspired? Can I go through here? Oh, I can. Jesus, some light reading before bed or what? Just a bit of light reading before bed. Oh, the free company is huge now. It's really huge. I like it. I mean, every room is so much better than mine. It's obscene. Oh, I love this little box of armor. This is cool. Lionheart said he's just done his up as well. Let's have a look. Oh, no, not mine. What page are you on? There you are. Dude, this has to stop, right? No matter which room I'm in, you found some perch. I feel like you're a cat that got transplanted into a human body. Right? Yo, this is really cool. It makes your apartment feel huge. Bit awkward to navigate. Hopping, hopping. Hey, Lion, I really like this one. And you've got a little back end. This is so good. How did you make it feel so big? Is this room the same size as mine? Doesn't it feel huge? It feels absolutely enormous. Love it. Did anybody else do theirs up? Or yours isn't Moogle anymore? Did you really get rid of all the Moogle stuff, Bex? Doesn't look like it. When you say you got rid of all the Moogle stuff, what exactly did you mean? Maybe you're not quite understanding it. There's hidden areas back here. There's a hidden Moogle stash in this room, isn't there, Bex? Is that a couch? How do you sit up there? It's very cutesy. I do not go for cutesy. I mean, my favourite apartment so far has been an insane asylum. For context. For context, my favourite apartment I saw was an insane asylum with murder in it. But now that we've had the competition, I can kind of randomly drop in on people. You guys are so much better at this than me. Like, I know I've only tried it for literally 5 minutes. Yeah, this one's... Hello. What do we think? Let's go to mine a second. Do we think we turn this into a courtroom? They are big rooms, actually. Now look at it.
Have you ever thought about getting good?
I think we should. I think that's the theme we go for, is to turn it into that. No, not an orgy room. I need it like Judge Judy, right? Nearly finished my sandwich. Won't be a sec. I'm trying to take your guys' advice and not just wolf everything so we can get back to going. Judge Judy courtroom. Well, Judge Judy doesn't have a jury, does she? We want a jury. Officer Janie could be the bailiff. I like that, actually. I like that, actually. Yeah, I think I don't want it to look realistic. Like, realistic courtrooms are pretty garbo. Right? I'm looking over here. You know, like this. I think we want a jury. We want the whole business. Yeah, we need it to be much more grandiose. Boyer's got a cool log cabin? Sure. Check in. Is this full Swedish? Oh, this is awesome. It's like a tavern. Except you've not got a bar. Small claims court. Civil court. I love the hearth. This is really good. This is very cool. Oh, I like this a lot, actually, Boyer. Did you not fancy putting a little bar in, maybe in this corner? Not getting one of them waiters. Check out Nups's. Nups's is going to be so efficient. I bet it's like Factorio in Nups's bedroom. Oh shit. Oh, I actually really like that. Oh, that's really good. With a little tray of sandwiches. Why are you doing it? Why are you giving the old peekers? Oh, this is actually lovely. And really simple too, I imagine. I'm just having a sandwich, man. I'm allowed to have a sandwich. It's midday. I've been up since 6. I'm just having a sandwich. Right, let me wash my hands and then we're onwards. We're onwards. Can't even have a pussy without being moaned at. Who didn't have my... Oh, Ben. Oh, he's a cute dog. Oh, we're on. Hey, all right. Oh, the hug session. You wonderful people. Right, story mode. We're off. We're off. The triad to be exposed. Later, cuddlers. Oh, come on. Click the thing. You can do it, Mike. Right there. There you go. There we go. Off for the colours. Skydoom, a dev. Welcome. They did refer to me as Private Inspector. Yes. Yes, they did. I didn't quit the MSQ. Stop moaning. Just kill the Primal, for Christ's sake. We're rocking and rolling. All this stuff to do. Ain't no rush here. I need to talk to this creepy kid. Dark Alpha, no.
or to Miss Warrior of Light. Archonish Tolan mentioned that there was a matter she wished to discuss. Oh? Something big happening? Well met, Flo. You'll forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing? This guy's a maniac. It was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Allagans were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies. They were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud? Aye. The Icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities, which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the Goddess's slumbering thralls. Distasteful task unbefitting of one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus I did to perform the deed myself. Oh, he's doing me a favour! All right. Genocide's doing me a favour. I love genocide. Alright? Next time, you leave it to me, pal. You have made your case. It is apparent that we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, the notion of what may or may not be expected of Flora is presumptuous in the extreme. She's got my back. She knows. She knows. If there's ungodly hellfire to rain down upon a populace, I'm your gal. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scions, she did so in the knowledge that she would be required to face and destroy not only the Primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you term a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden with which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. Nice. Nice. She knows. I see. You seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter. Assuming I have made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Garlean soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Said dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legatus' mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regular Van Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favour of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. That they would be so reckless. You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that they pose no less a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alag from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement. Kill them all. The next quest came later. Oh, interesting. So are we ahead in terms of ukulele than we are in the main story, is what you're saying? If I'm understanding it correctly. We are. Okay. Now, the only reason I want that information, and I think that's a good call, is in case, literally, we somehow solve the Urianger problem. And I still think that every time Urianger shows up right now, that he's a deceptive piece of shit. So that's a good call. Let's head over here. Let's finish our dungeons. I need to know if we're dealing with good Urianger or... you know. The other one. Because right now, him and that little ukulele fella are #1 suspects in everything that can go wrong. So let's finish turning these in. I think we've got nearly all the dungeons. And we can rock into the MSQ for a bit. That would be sweet. That would be creamy good. Sussy Among Us. Yeah, those two together. I don't know, man. We've got little genocide man and suspect Urianger, who are definitely they're up to no good. What is this mail? Literally was like, let's just open a couple of them. What are we doing back at Alexander? Uplander wants to go inside. Is curiosity not sated? Red bricks will give guidance, but beware, the giant is sleeping, not dead. This free company chat is becoming obscene, right? It's becoming a little ridiculous, man. It has to stop. You didn't line it up at the end, though, which is... yeah, the free company chat is becoming nightmarish. Woohoo! Thanks to the poetical outpourings of the wandering minstrel, you can now relive your foray into Gordius. Okay. Cool. Sky Pirates. This is the next one we haven't turned in yet. Oh, there's another dungeon here? Whoosh. An overgrown ambition? That one? Sweet. The only way to get my attention is not via macros. Stop creating different lines of chat. Okay? How many different... I'm not the fucking computer of the Enterprise or something where you can have 80 terminals feeding me information. And it's all got to be like, well, let's try this one. Why don't you start pinging me on Twitter and Discord simultaneously, okay? Then we'll never get anything done. Woohoo! Woohoo, Mike! What? There's one behind me, isn't there? No, thank the gods. I've done enough running for one day. Those goddamn beasts came out of nowhere. It's a wonder we made it out alive. We can't just leave the treasure there. You look like the sort that's used to risking life and limb. Might be as you could help clear a way through these seedkin that damn near made a meal of us. We'd see that it's worth your while, of course, if you're interested. Let my friend Sawney know. He should be somewhere at the entrance to St. Mossian's Arbitorium. Oh, I reckon it's safe to go back to Idleshire and look for a few more hands. We'll need as much help as we can get. I hope to see you at the Arboretum. Okay. I would rather be the computer Discovery. No. No. No, thank you. They're here to help with the seedkin infestation in the Arboretum. Thank the gods. We've not the numbers to venture in there ourselves. They used to research plant life from every corner of the realm here, you know. Of course, with no one to look after it, it's all gotten a bit overgrown. Usually places like this are more trouble than they're worth, but if the parchments we found are anything to go by, there's something in these ruins that could benefit everyone in Idleshire for generations to come. A proper priceless treasure. But it goes without saying that a site as old as this is sure to be stuffed with all sorts of precious relics. Which you'd be welcome to keep if you could beat the path for us. We'll follow behind you once it's safe and see if we can't find what we're looking for. Okay, that was done pretty quick. St. Mossian's Arboretum. I don't think I've been in here. Is this a brand new place? Maybe? I think this is a brand new donga. So how many dungeons are we missing? Let's take a look at the list. Any Noahs? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 level 60 dungeons. One more. There's one in Ishgard. Didn't we get the Ishgard one? Oh, we did. That's fine. So what's Sky Pirates then? Speak with Rontremont at Camp Cloudtop. An anxious merchant in the Pillars is convinced that his newly acquired airship has run afoul of airborne buccaneers. Cool. Oh, that's the Alliance raid. Oh, okay, like the Crystal Tower, maybe? Could be a full storyline in itself. Never even heard of the MSQ. You guys just made that shit up. This place is gorgeous. Feels like we're in the Deku tree. Marlboro Terror. Okay, we've got some sort of cigarette monsters. Tataru? Is that you? Oh, the fantabulous AoE. Boom. 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 Actually a DPS king. It's better to break up the MSQ anyway. Otherwise we'll have back-to-back stuff. It can get a little exhausting. You know what I'm saying. There we go. Wee-hee. When do I lose the sprout thing? Now I know what that is. When does it go away? When am I no longer considered a sprout? 90 days. It's forever. Oh, look at this chunky monster. Hello, the Rose Garden. Hello to you. Casting. Popping all cooldowns,
You
won't
ever
have to
thought about
move.
getting good?
Nuking. Dude. Oh, it's constant. Oh, okay. Okay, that wasn't just a splash on the floor. Fair enough.
Have you ever thought about getting good?
Lesson learned. Out of range. That was unfair. That was a strategic move back then. Aeromology. Oh, little turtle friend. Oh, I don't want to kill little turtle friend. I mean that genuinely. I don't want to kill little turtle friend. Turtles are really cool. Fuck's sake. Black mage life, I suppose. Just accept it, Mike, and move on with yourself. Just move on. Just move on. You know Chan's a shit spell anyway. Oh, we're in the hive. Okay. Giant bumblebee next boss. %. Hey, Nubs, just saw your room in the Free Company house, man. That room is sick. It's really good. Well played, sir. Well played. I assume you saw my message in Discord this morning. I guess you did. Don't miss much. I also got the spreadsheet you sent me. Cool. Okay. We're gonna break down the wall? I guess so. Yeah. Yep, and cool. Awesome. Ah, giant bee. There she blows. There she blows. Big coolies. Here we go. This is my moment. This is my moment. What are you guys up to? What are they up to? Are they shooting something into the middle? Got them up. Whoa! Did they shoot something at us? Are they making a phalanx? There it is. Stop following me, you little douche. You following me around? What a dick. Wait, what is that? Okay. That comes with a little mask, I think. Got that Diamol look about it. Swamp Thing? Or is that a big owl? What is this? It is a Swamp Thing monster. Grisly host. This place looks very, not cared for. You know what I mean? Like something really bad happened here. Not just overgrown, but like festering. That's worse than overgrown. Yeah, decrepit and... It looks sad. I don't know if that makes sense, but it feels sad. Belladonna? Oh, I know her. I made a guess here that if it has a spell that brings you into the middle, the next spell will be pushing you away. The bull begins to writhe and squirm from within. Fatal. Uh-oh. Magic vulnerability. I didn't run into that. I was mind control. Is there a safe spot like in here? Oh, there's another eyeball thing. Yeah, I wasn't looking for that. I was curious as to what those things were going to do. I was certainly waiting to see what they would do. Because they were just kind of chilling next to me. Whether they were going to explode or whatever. Not toxic. Sorted it. Not toxic at all. GG Hulk. That was a cool one. That was a very nice environment. I knew the thought of the Arboretum's treasures would be enough to get your juices flowing. Thanks to all the pruning you did for us, we were able to have a good look around the ruins, and it didn't take us long to find out what we were after. Oh, I can't wait to tell Midnight Dew the good news. Speaking of which, would you mind coming with us to Idleshire? Midnight Dew will want to thank you personally, and I dare say even an adventurer like you would be interested in our finds. Pruder confirmed? No, man. Alright, let's go do that. Alliance quest, eh? Got a couple of choices here about where to go. Which one to choose? Well, you need to go one more dungeon in Ishgard anyway. Oh, you've come at last, adventurer. Well, let us give Morn and Dew the good news. What's with the hair? Now that that's ended, I want it to hear. Let's hope these seeds live up to their reputation. What fruit do you reckon they'll bear, adventurer? Apples. Something wrong? You seem surprised, Sonny. You did tell our friend here what you were looking for, didn't you? Now that I come to think of it, that little detail might have slipped my mind. You see, the treasure we were looking for was seeds and sprouts that were cultivated especially by the Charlayans. Years of research went into breeding them, apparently, and they produce plants like you wouldn't believe. As of now, Isleshire's main industry is collecting the junk left behind by the Charlayans, but it won't last forever, which is why it's important we find a new way to make ends meet, or we end up with nothing left to trade. Acquiring those sprouts and seeds was the first step to accomplishing the goal. If we can find crops that will flourish in this land's changeable climes, we'll have a new industry that should keep Isleshire going for generations to come. Well, these seeds ain't going to plant themselves, so I'd best be about it. Something tells me growing them will make getting them seem easy. It'll take a few months, it's true, but I look forward to seeing those seeds bear fruit. Make sure to visit us from time to time, adventurer. One day we'll treat you to a feast grown by our own hands. I hope that pays off in the future. That'll be interesting if you come back and they've grown like the giant rosebush of death. Right, let's check the mail. And then we'll head over to Ishgard. Hey, the quest log's getting smaller. Winning. Winning. What do Scottish people call a real cool lady? What are you doing? What are you doing with you? Why are you doing this? This is an excellent piece of flooring that has been inspected by yours truly, but you should place it down and have a look yourself. It's truly an exquisite piece. A square mat made from long wooden planks, perfect for decorating interior floors. It can be dyed a variety of colours. Oh, thank you. I will inspect that floor later. Thank you very much. Thank you, Seika. I will endeavour. Ishgard, then. Let's go to Ishgard. Is there. I'm sure didn't we do the Ishgard one now? Wasn't it the one near Lost Vigil? Where's Ishgard? He wants to be a machinist. But it's got to be over here, I guess. No, it's not here. Last Vigil. That'll do. This place is still so oppressive, Ishgard. I can't believe somebody what houses here. What's your sign? A gentleman falls rather than flies? That looks likely. Level 60. These two are level 50. So, this one I'm guessing? That's Hildebrand. Okay. Okay, we're not doing Hildebrand today. Okay. We're not doing that. Oh, there's some down here. Okay. Ah, there. Do it for Gilly. Okay. Do it for Gilly. Yeah, we're not doing that today. That'll be a no. Hildebrand is on the menu, but we're not doing that today. That's for sure. Nostril champs. Ah, Floor. I was looking for you, or rather, your friend Wedge was. Left a most puzzling message, he did. with instructions to convey it to you verbatim. He requests your presence at the Etherochemical Research Facility in Azizlar for a project of the utmost secrecy. Sounds like nonsense to my ears, but he assured me you would grasp his intent. Well, that is the message, and now I've delivered it.
Okay, we're back to Azizlar then. Alright. A lot going on in Azizlar. Which is good, because you kind of get there and just sort of finish the story in the zone so fast. And this place is very cool. Look a bit like corpses that are floating around on spikes. Maybe that's just my mind, though. Maybe. Is this Zereth Mortis? No, I can tell you it's Zereth Mortis, though. It's called Cloud Top here. But it's very alien. That sounds really snarky, doesn't it? I don't mean it to be. It was a joke from this morning, okay? It was a joke from this morning. That's the only reason I said it. Can walk on water there, yes. Yes, you can. We tested it. Alright, what's your story, pal? Oh, there you are, Flo. I've been waiting for you. So has an old friend of ours. You remember Gilly, don't you? No? I was feeling awfully lonely without her, so I snuck out the back door when the chief wasn't looking. But I look at her now, systems down. Oh, it was the orb who... Okay, yes, I do know who Gilly is. Yes. Systems down, no power to utter even a single blip. Doesn't it just break your heart, Flo? Left alone in this wasteland for thousands of years, just waiting for someone to help, and as soon as she's done her duty, clunk, tossed to the side like a rusty old suit of armour. She shut herself down. Well, I won't stand for it. We won't stand for it. I'm going to bring Gilly back to life, and you're going to help me. At first I had a mind to fix her up myself, but I fear she's proven beyond my abilities to repair. That's when I hit upon it. If we found a new body for Gilly, we could transfer her personality and memories right into it. It'd be like she'd never left. I know what you're thinking and just where we're going to find this new body, Wedge. I've got 3 words for you. The Fractal Continuum! It's an old warship that was converted into a museum of elegant technology. If there's any place we can find a new body for Gilly, it'll be there. And it's just a short trip away by Matter Conduit 7767 to boot. You'll go, won't you, for Gilly's sake? Wedge, man, it's just a big football. There's loads of them around here. Like, get a real friend. You should go and talk to Tataru. Like, he has a thing for Tataru and he won't say anything, and now he's putting all his emotion on a giant golf ball. It's not good if it's not good or healthy. It's true! He's projecting all his love onto a frigging floating golf ball. You could just go and talk to her, that's all I'm saying. Transport is available from this location to the Fractal Continuum, the greatest storehouse of technological marvels in all of Alag. The Fractal Continuum is temporarily closed to tourists. Access is limited to those with level 3 security clearance or higher. Unauthorized visitors will be removed via the Continuum's anti-intruder defense system. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your visit. Okay. Well, that was fast. The Fractal Continuum. So this is going to have Alag technology in it. This could be pretty fucking dope, actually. I guess we probably wanted to fly back to... Can we just fly up there and have a look around? Certainly can. Okay, I'm kind of excited for this dungeon. Show me the Alag. In terms of the main story, I'm at the point where that lady made herself a martyr in Falcon's Nest. She poisoned us in a bar. And then one of the Barton brothers told the soldiers to keep shooting at her until she died. And he was like, it's not my fault, you told me to do it. Oh. Yeah, this place is like a really creepy zoo. Do like. God, it's an angel. It's a bit on the nose. It's a bunny angel.
You really like this, don't you?
A bunjil. Ahoy, everyone. We should throw a party the day I'm no longer a sprout. I wonder when that is. Exhibit 1. Technology in Daily Life. This exhibit showcases the various scientific advances that allow Allegans to live lives of heretofore unheard of ease and efficiency. Ah. Uh-huh. 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 Oh, very nice.
You really like this, don't you?
Very lovely. Very lovely indeed. Exhibit 2. Technology in War. See the myriad marvels of Allegan military technology that have replaced flesh and blood soldiers, ensuring that no Allegan citizen need ever again lay down their life in battle. Cool, cool. It's all very pretty. Mankirk's wife? Oh, shit. War never changes. I kind of miss playing a Fallout, you know. But I think I'm going to save myself Baldur's Gate 3. And get my real RPG teeth cut there. Otherwise, we're playing Fallout 4. But that Fallout 3 at New Vegas was so good. Exhibit 3, the Phantom Ray. Feast your eyes on this massive yet elegant automaton, designed to monitor and, if necessary, dispatch potentially violent chimerical constructs. Is that a boss? Woohoo, let me in. I'm not going to a museum with you guys, honestly. Trying to drink in some culture. Kind of angry, this guy. Isn't this gonna fill the floor? Little bits, little bits. Nice, simple boss. Unless it does something in a second that completely ruins my entire day. Lightsabers.
our history. Onwards. Ooh, creatures. Exhibit 4, the Mirror Knight. A second-generation construct boasting the strength of a bear and the acute vision of an owl. Ooh. As with many early efforts at synthesis, lack of intelligence and proclivity for violence limited its practical use. That's Corviknight, right? Isn't that Corviknight? Getting my Pokemon names back in my head. I'm learning. Pokemon soon. This week, man. Literally this week. The Poke Dream will live. Yeah, Pokemon Diamonds this week. Exhibit 7, the Shabti. A 4th generation construct and one of the first to effectively employ cloning technology. With high intelligence and regenerative capacity, its development was hailed as a major breakthrough. So, do they heal themselves then, I guess? Yeah, it comes out Friday. Flawless Naga. I'll be the judge of that. I kind of want to kill these Shabti first in case they heal up. Exhibit 8, the Naga. Among the first successful efforts is synthesizing a Void scent. Void research remains an emerging field, with future developments holding great promise. That's not a Naga. Exhibit 9, the Ixalian. A highly intelligent construct employed by Allegan engineers to perform maintenance tasks. Notable flaws include a weakness against the elements and certain genetic instabilities. They made them into workers? Interesting. See a Hydra in that one. Yeah, they invented Ixals. Yeah. Oh, nailed it. Just. I see. Ink. Pump it, the Ram's voice. Is that the red circle? Don't hit me, baby. The dragon's voice. Whoa! A Minotaur! The fuck? Why would they have a Minotaur? Who keeps a Minotaur in the house? Okay, we got a Swiper. He's going to do something horrible to ranged here. I can feel it already. Not too bad. Oh, God. That player targeted?
Oh, that looks like it's aimed at the tank. I think I got lucky there. Where's he going? Minotaur is drawn to the bait switch. Incubator locks are deactivated. Oh, we can click these. Oh, when he's got away a wee, you open the thing and it draws him to it because he's like the guard. I see. So you let a creature out. That's a really cool concept. I like that. He was just hungry. We were just trying to eat. Hold on. Hello. What in the fuck? Aren't we just looking for something to replace Wedge's golf ball? Right? I don't think that's going to get it done, do you? I need to have a word with Wedge after this. He really does love that little ball. Clockwork reservoir. Kill it then? Emerald control unit. I wonder if this game has like emerald weapon and shit like that. So no, we haven't fought Omega weapon yet, and that was mentioned in A Realm Reborn, and we still haven't seen anything with that. What's his face? Wedgie. We haven't seen Raban or anybody in ages. Or Merly Boobs. We should see Merly Boobs in a dungeon, but not properly. We saw the Admiral in a training ground dungeon from Limsa. Nice. Oh, that face, though. Ruined. Oh, God. I could do without that face. Oh, is this... I'm going to get knocked off. I'm so getting knocked off. Look at this platform. So getting knocked off. The curator. The menagerie is for guests. Okay, we've got a glowing floor segment. Everyone's very, very close. Am I going to get knocked off if I stay near the back? I'm coming in, I'm scared. Incredible explosive. Ooh. Landmines? Oh, they're all killing the boss. Which makes sense. I'll just make sure we don't die, yeah? Ooh. Okay, did not get knocked off. Which makes me happy with myself. I like that dungeon a lot. GG! The angel can have the commendation. Congratulations. Alright. Any goodies? Always check the mods. Nothing of merit. Yeah, the elegant dungeons are they're always pretty cool. Their history is really interesting. This history of like this massive civilization, but was also like not particularly good people. Do you know what I mean? They really did abuse every scrap of natural resource available to them and then pushed it really to the edge. Jolster, currently drowning in uni work. Oh, what are you doing? You doing a dissertation or something? I remember those times, man. Sat in that little student fucking apartment of mine. All his paperwork. But there was a Nintendo Wii just there. I mean, one game? One game? Always the nightmare. Can't see your RJ if you don't play the MSQ. Fellow Fire, thank you for the 10 months. Makos, thank you for picking up one of the quest shirts, man. Thank you very much, dude. There's no rush to get to the MSQ. We've got all the time in the world, man. It's fine. It's fine. There's no rush to get there. We're in no rush. Your Black Floor, do tell me you brought me a new nacelle. I actually don't know if I did or not. I did, apparently. There you go. Anyways, Flapeel, this is the last time you've been, long time since you've been there. Yeah, I know. You can get something wrong and then chat can blame you for not researching it fully. Why, that's a functioning nacelle if I ever saw one. This'll do the trick, I'm sure of it. But be sorry to me, Private Hoods. You've been you're working from home and it's been keeping you busy. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. Well, I hope you can get your feet up whenever you can, my dude. I hope you can get your feet up. Enjoy yourself. Auto-detecting newly installed nacelle. Nacelle detected. Reinitializing system settings. Initializing complete. Welcome to Azizlar, Master Wedge and Mistress Floor. Gilly, could it truly be you? The very same, Master Wedge. I'm running at optimal efficiency. Thanks to my first full body overhaul in approximately 5 millennia. You really are too kind. Oh, that's my sweet little girl. Just to be clear, as far as I remember, the robot turned itself off after it had finished its job. It didn't die. It was like, that's my duty complete, and just turned itself off. So why are we, like, forcing it to live again? Why won't you let it die, Wedge? We've got a favour to ask you, Floor. This might sound silly, but I want you to take Gilly with you on your adventures. And you just had a baby, and now you want me to look after it, and it didn't even want to be here. I want her to see there's no more to the world than this etheric waste she's called home for 1,000 years. Yes, I'd say our little girl's done enough guidance. From this day forward, she's in a companion mode. And with you, she's going to go where no node has gone before. Okay. Fuck you, Wedge. A compliment. Honestly, fuck you, Wedge. Fucking dirtbox. Need some help, pal? I've got the echo. I'll help. No, piss on Wedge, right? That robot turned itself off, yeah? He forces it to come back to life and then instantaneously ditches it. Like, instantaneously ditches it onto me. Prat. Okay, who got more than 69 apartments in the free company? Jerks. Okay, we do have a choice. We can go to MSQ, or we can go to the Alliance raid. And we have to do both. We did... Oh, there's one more dungeon, actually, as well. Okay. We think the last dungeon is in... Limsa? Yeah? I think it's in Limsa. The Limsa airship dock. Right, let's grab the last dungeon. It's the last dungeon. That was the plan from the start. And then, alright, then we'll do MSQ. Yeah, we'll go to Limsa, we'll get that. We're not doing Hildebrand today, man. Hildebrand is there for us when we've wiped on some boss for an eternity, and I'm about ready to just smash my face into the floor. Where is the airship dock? It's back here, wasn't it? If I remember right, the Limsa airship dock is really close to the main ether. Yeah, it's there. When we dropped into Limsa on Saturday when we were doing the competition, I was amazed. Oh, we need to go to Half Castle? Fair enough. I was amazed just how busy Limsa is on a Saturday night. I mean, this looks positively quiet. I think we already... Didn't we not already get the one from near Half Castle there? Sure we did. 47. Wasn't this the training one? Very dirty. It's hidden. Sometime this week you should check out the Palace of the Dead. It's pretty cool. Come on. It's like fucking door. I was trying to. One sec, dudes. Come in, puppy. Sorted. Right, hidden quest here. I was just thinking of my last update that I did to YouTube. I was shipping Estenian. And Lady Iceheart. I get right to the point. The higher-ups have authorized plans to form a specialized squad and we're on the lookout for a reliable leader. Your name was at the top of the list. Huh. You'll be responsible for training and commanding a number of adventurous subordinates, and the position also comes with a possibility of further promotion. What do you say? Sure. Outstanding. Let's get you acquainted. Oh, no! No. No. Transfer. 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 Different department. You're being transferred, pal. It's an honor to be serving you, Lieutenant Inspector. In my capacity as your aide, I'll be filling the role of Squadron Sergeant. And these eager troops are the inaugural members of our squadron. Form up! Oh, piss off! 2 of them? Every one of them is a fledgling adventurer enlisted in the hopes of following in your legendary footsteps. They're green to the military eye, but we'll harden them up as soon enough. When you have a moment to spare, stop by the barracks so we can discuss their training and deployment in greater detail. I'll leave it to you then, Commander. I call them the Jelly Braves. What do you think? I'll admit they're raw as soldiers go, but they certainly have potential. I look forward to seeing what you can do with them. Right, I won't keep you any longer. Okay. This is not the dungeon, then. You are now the commander of an adventurous squadron. Enter the Maelstrom barracks and speak with your squadron sergeants to issue deployment orders. I'm not seeing a dungeon around here, dudes. Duda-dudas. Not a dungeon. Joshua, it's quest name, Things Are Getting Serious. Left of the desk. Am I looking for a guy called Treasurer? Chess. Right there, you're trolling me. This guy? Oh, has he got 2 quests? Ah. I'm not seeing the quest you're saying, no. Chat league straight, hasn't done. Oh, okay. Didn't do normal serious. Okay. So maybe it doesn't unlock yet. Are we seriously not gonna rob from someone? Isn't the level 50 dungeon? Let me check. I don't see anything called serious. An aleport. Okay. It's an aleport. Bam, bam. You did do it, I remember that. Oh, there it is, yeah. Forest Sirius. Yeah, we did. There it is. Yeah. I think it might be an aleport. It's not here. The lyrics of music is so good. Ba, ba, ba. Let's go have a look over yonder, see what we find. We'll have a look over here, and if we don't see it, we can move on. We'll find it eventually. Why so serious? Hello. So it is true that you triumphed over the siren. Words cannot express my gratitude. My only regret is that my dear brother could not be here today to hear that our father's death has been avenged. He set sail with his crew 3 years past, you see, and has yet to return to shore. But I hold out hope that his ships shall come sailing into the harbour any day now, and on that day I shall be the first to share with him the news of your triumph. In the meanwhile, however, we can finally press on with the restoration of Pharos Sirius.
I must get to work at once. I'd be much in your debt if you could inform Master Numidia that the coast is clear for us to begin.
Sure. I could do that for you. Yeah, brother's definitely coming back any day now. I hate this guy. Such a sleazeball.
You've done it. Sent the bloody siren screeching and shrieking to the murky depths where she came. You've done us all a great service today, lass. If you wouldn't mind, regale old Mimidoa's ears with a tale of the foul wench's last song. What's that? You had to fend off a ghostly crew wearing the sea-sodden duds of Maelstrom men. 'Tis as I feared. The poor lass. My heart goes out to her. 'Twas 3 years to the day, give or take a moon. A crew of the Maelstrom's finest set sail on a routine patrol. But ain't nothing routine in these parts, and they'd not returned to shore. Rumours spread quick like that it's been a siren song that led the vessel to a watery grave. Maelstrom Command jumped to quiet the talk. Ill tidings were already too easy to come by in those days after the calamity, but those of us in the know, we knew. Like father, like son, lass. Promise of this old sod you'll spare poor Diamanda the truth. Lass already suffered more than her share.
Wait, so... Oh. Oh, shit. Well, to be fair, I think you're full of shit. You should tell her if her brother's dead. She keeps standing watching for the boat to come in every day, man.
Diamanda.
This cannot be. My brother is still alive at sea. The search effort continues. Master Mimidoa, you yourself had told me the same.
Forgive me, Missy. I never meant to deceive, just lie. The Maelstrom made me swear a vow, you see, that I keep the truth buried deep in... Ah, bugger me, vow, bugger me. Truth is, this scurvy coward just couldn't summon the nerve to tell you the truth. Diamanda, can you ever forgive a sorry old sod?
There's no need for forgiveness, Master Mimidoa. But the true coward is me. In my heart I have always known. His adventurous deeds and your words have finally given me the courage to face the truth. I'm a grown woman. The time for clinging to childish dreams has passed. I must look to the future. My smithing skills are still wanting, but I will not falter from the task. I should go over that pretty quick. Pharos Sirius will burn bright once more, a beacon of hope in the darkest of nights. The fell songs of the sea have claimed their last victim. I shall see to it with my own 2 hands.
Strong words, lass. I trust you'll not forget when your paws are all blebby and blistery.
My hands, why? I'll clench my hammer with my teeth if needs be. Father, brother, do you hear me? Your deaths will not be in vain. Little punch in the arm. Go on, cheer up. Go on. Whey. Bit of bants. Bit of banter. Okay. So I guess now we can go back to where the other place was, which explains the earlier confusion, and then we're all Gucci. It was the Aft Castle. Off we go. Laurel and Bellamy. Oh, RP walking. Very nice. There we go. Things are getting serious. Perfect. Lieutenant Inspector. Perfect timing as always. We're in need of your talents to deal with some trouble brewing over in the Isles of Umbra. Seems a pack of kobolds made a grab for Pharos Sirius. The smiths working on the restoration barely made it out alive. Maelstrom's command is drawing up plans to take back the tower, with Master Mimidoa advising on how things stand on the ground. But when they asked I'm for,
When they asked I'm for his opinion, he kept going on and on about some adventurer from long past that helped drive off the siren from the same spot. Now, no disrespect to the old fella, but we don't have the firmest grasp on what happened when, so we couldn't help wondering if maybe is you, or was none other than fine self, be said siren slayer and all. So what do you say? Willing to lend us an old relighting of the beacon? No problem. I knew I could count on you. One of our storm flyers is making the final preparations at the airship landing right now. Tell her Trasherette sent you, and she'll give you the particulars. Onwards! Okay, very cool. Oh, are we close? Working on it, Cat Salad. Working on it, man. I want to make sure I get everything in. Hey, George! How you doing, buddy? I'm glad we chose Limsa as our grand company. As much trouble as I have navigating this place, it is pretty fantastic. Is this how we get down here? Probably not. Not that I mind a little walk around Limsa. Hey, what are you up to there with them two ladies? Apparently this is the ERP capital. Little spooks in my mind. Yeah, totally lost, as always. Always lost in Limsa. Yep, yeah, apparently. Well, I'm told that. I haven't experienced any of that. I ain't hunted it down either. If that's okay. The airship landing's over here. Yeah, there we go. Hey, B-Web! How's it going, brother? I hope you're good, man. You guys have got too rushy for the MSQ. Consumer. There's plenty going on. More than enough going on. Lieutenant Inspector, we're honoured to have you with us. The situation is developing even as we speak, but I'll do my best to explain what we know. According to Master Mimidoa, he and his fellow Smiths barely escaped with their lives when the kobolds began scattering bombs around the lighthouse's foundations. He believes the beastmen intend to blow Pharos Sirius to pieces, thus disrupting our most vital supply route to and from western Lanoskia. Needless to say, they cannot be permitted to succeed. We must act swiftly before wrecks begin to pile up around airports. That is where you come in. The kobolds are sealed off the ground entrance, so we propose to take you to the top of the tower by airship. Once there, you will proceed inside and set to the bombs, along with any kobolds you encounter. The Maelstrom will then bring up the rear and secure the area. Before we proceed, I must stress the need for caution. Master Mimidoa suspects that if the kobolds are bent upon destroying Pharos Sirius, they will have more than a handful of flaming void scent at their disposal. One inopportune explosion could set the restoration back by moons, if not years. You know as well as I do how volatile bombs can be. If we are to save the beacon, we best leave soon. Sounds good. Alright. Close the around me ball ones. Whoosh. There it is. Boom. Boom, boom. The attitude to all the Aetherites in the city. If you do, you could just tell it's the airship landing. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. If we bump into one I haven't, then we'll grab it. Easy as. Mac, thank you for the 7 months. Well, you know what bombs are like. They're always blowing up. Fucking terrible. Terrible. Don't need that in our lives. I think we're attuned to everything I've run past. But Limsa is huge. Oh, I loved this dungeon. Yeah. It's the big lighthouse. This was one of my favorite Realm Reborn dungeons, easily. What is that? A corrupted flan? Oh, a song. Yes, dude. Big yeses. Yeah, I agree. I think this is maybe even the best one I've heard so far for a dungeon. The flan. Some of the mob designs always impress me. Even to this day. I'm like, what the hell, man? Some of them are really dark as well. Whoa! Oh, this thing is weird. Corruption. Where? Okay. Can we kill that? Did you try and drop that in my room? Oh! Oh! Oh, you son of a bitch! Oh, okay, okay. Alright. Okay, I'm not sure how that works, but I don't like it. That felt pretty toxic. It might not have been, but it felt pretty toxic. Killing the boss here. Look, it just looks very conspicuous, okay? It looks very conspicuous. That's all I'm saying. Whoa, hello. Drop the line on a spider. I didn't even see the spider, I'll be honest with you. So I'm going to take it as offense. My ignorance of how the mechanic works will just lead me to be angry at you. Because you clearly did it to torment me. I don't need to know mechanics, just need to know you stay away from the rune. Toxic. It's all about the rune, always. I like these big daddy bots. I do like these big daddy bots. Oh. Yeah, you know I'm a big fan of big daddies. God, they're making a BioShock 4, man.
Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. After Infinite, I don't even want another one, man. It will be great. It'll be great. Not another remaster. No. To be fair though, I'm down for the Dead Space remaster. Although Dead Space doesn't even look bad. Like you can give the graphics on that so much love. The 8th Order Patriarch Beacon. You carry that into the circle. Oh, it's where he's going to charge to. Okay. Okay. That's good. I didn't hear anybody buzz about the new Mass Effect. Like, not even in a memey way. Like, it came out and then it just seemed to disappear. Is a new Mass Effect coming? No, I mean the the Mass Effect's remaster. Why would it? It's an old game. Because it's a game people love. And when there's really good remasters, people get super hype and enjoy them and spread the good word. Whole tunnel of reasons. What I didn't see was people telling me, you know, like in the chat and stuff, like, oh yeah, I've been playing the new Mass Effect. It's fucking dope. It's so fun. I didn't see any of that. A simple bomb incubator is destroyed. It was just everything you wanted. That's fair. I wonder how that thing sold. Kind of curious to see. Oh, loss. My one true enemy. Jesus, what's going on in this room? I'm guessing this thing needs to die. Looks good. There's another one over there. Yeah, this music is... I could just listen to this music all day. Don't even tell what's going on in the dungeon. You're just kind of lost with the jams. This is the last Heavensward dungeon, I think. I think after this one, we've done all the Heavensward dungeons. Wow. Look at his face! Oh my god, that's one of the Scoleri brothers from Ghostbusters 2. They were tried for murder. Gave him the chair. Look at his jiggly little belly! Oh! What a hero! Oh, fuck! Pick someone else, bro! Okay, this is not the main boss anyway. Something else. Whoa! Oh! Hello. Scuff my nose, Eno-chan. Yeah, we just burned through Big Burst. Okay, but that's going to get worse as the fight goes on. Okay. Does Remedy Bomb die way quicker if Grey Bomb is dead? It looks that way to me. Oh, we won. You're knocking Remedy away. Oh, I didn't see that. In your slippers? You did it in your slippers? GG. There you go, Summy. Oh, that tune. So good. Yeah, that dungeon, that is, that music is everything there. It's so good. Not toxic. No, I remembered. Lieutenant Inspector, you've returned. You had us worried for a moment there. We had heard an awful rumbling coming from deep underground and feared the worst. My men have concluded a preliminary sweep of the lighthouse and dismantled the remains of the bomb incubators. It would seem the Beastmen have abandoned the tunnels directly beneath the tower. We have sent scouts in to pursue them, but the passages stretch farther than expected. Pardon the interruption. While we were securing the interior, we found this old seafarer's knife lying on the floor. One of the lads noticed it had got the sigil of Diamonder of Naldik and Vimelis carved into the handle. Oh, it's her brother's knife? Oh, I see. Well, if anyone could tell us who the knife belongs to, I suppose it would be the smith who crafted it. Yet I cannot seek her out until the tunnels have been secured. I have another task for you, Lieutenant Inspector. Would you mind delivering the knife to Lieutenant Trasherer to the airport on my behalf? He is due to meet with the artisans of Naldik and Vimelis shortly. Okay. Is it not her brother's knife? You've got to believe it is. I expect he will be waiting at the docks. Do not concern yourself about the tunnels. We will find out where they lead, however far they go. On behalf of the Maelstrom, I thank you for your aid in reclaiming the lighthouse. Fortune go with you, till sea swallows all.
Kill the ghost. Okay. Lieutenant Inspector, I just heard the good news. By Lemillion's blessed light, you did it. You saved Pharos Sirius. Not again, man. It's my wife. Emma has a mouse in her car. A mouse! How does a mouse get into a car? Does the mouse drive the car? Does it live in the car? A mouse. A mouse! Yes, a mouse. Emma believes she has a mouse in her car. But horses and farm life, guys. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I just heard the good news. By Limlion's blessed light, you did it. Yes. Oh, what's this? Hey, you stop barking. Can you smell a mouse? Mummy let you in the car. You'd find that mouse, wouldn't you, Ben? I see. Well, I'll be sure to ask her about it. Ah, speak of the devil. Oh, he was named Redcoat. How long do I have to rot in the tavern before your boys send them shite-eating kobold bastards packing, eh? Much more of this and me hammering arm will be as soft as my lily-white arse. A terrifying prospect and no mistake. Luckily, it ain't one we need to worry about, though, as we've taken Pharos Sirius back, and after the walloping our mate here gave them on kobolds, will know they'll keep their grubby paws to themselves in the future, meaning you can get back to restoring the place in peace. Who are these guys? Is that my little adventurer crew? Miss Diamanda. While the lads were searching the lighthouse, they found something that might interest you. Come on, be the brother's knife. Does this here seafarer's whittle look familiar? Oh, sad music. All too familiar. Though it didn't look so worn down when I last saw it. I made this for Simon before he set sail 3 years ago. It was my first piece as a full-fledged smith. Simon, doesn't Captain Simon from Maelstrom Command? The same. I never meant for it to be a farewell present. But knowing he used it often and kept it with him to the last, well, it means a lot. Asked him in Medea. I think it's a sign. Why else would my first piece be returned to me but to show me how far I've come? Just seeing it makes me want to restore the lighthouse to its former glory even more. And make it into a place to honour the lost, rather than a place to grieve for them. Aye, lass, that's the way. There's things we all of us would sooner forget, but remembering them, that's what makes us stronger. Wouldn't you agree, Nishiet? Speaking of remembering, you remind me of someone. Something about the eyes. Oh, aye. You're the spitting image of a lass who once helped me drive back an army of the undead. A right tough bugger she was, like you, but a bit taller. Never did find out what happened to her, but looking at you, I'm guessing she settled down and squeezed out a few young guns. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye seeing you carrying on family tradition. I'm much obliged to you, lass. Much obliged. I can't thank you enough for saving the lighthouse. If it hadn't been for you, all of our hard work would have been for naught. But I, for one, mean to make the most of this reprieve. I swear to you on my brother's memory, when we've finished with Pharaoh Sirius, it will serve as more than just a guiding light to safe waters. It will lead the souls of those lost at sea back to familiar shores. Maybe? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Some folks see Pharaoh Sirius as a cursed reminder of the calamity, while others see it as a monument to Limsa's golden age. But I'll bet it means more to them pair than anything else in Lenoskia put together. And someday they'll show the world how it looks to them, like a beacon of hope. I realise I still ain't thanked you properly for giving us and with all this. Giving us hand with all this. Hardly needs saying, I suppose, but the Maelstrom couldn't have done it without you. You can leave the rest to us, though. We'll see that the Smiths don't go disturbed again. Until next time, then, Lieutenant Inspector. I'm an inspector. All right. All right. Okay. Right. We won't do the Alliance raid now. Let's carry on with a bit of MSQ and see how things are going there. Let's jump over to Falcon's Nest until snow swallows all. Oh, 30 minutes till the meeting. We can go for 3, can't we? Fine. Unless you've got to go out or anything, Chris. Checking. Good. Okay, 3's fine. Excellent. Unless Nups comes and spoils it, guys. Never know, do you? My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Shurigans tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? I wonder how the public does feel about what happened. Do they actually think martyr, or no? I heard rumours that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Well, that's not good. That's not good. But Vidofnir saved a little kid, remember? Ah, he fell off a building. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the True Brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. Okay, mixed reception. Mixed. Okay. We've got to work on the marketing Oh, no! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I forgot he was here. Alright. Strap it. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far more recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? I haven't got my eggs on. I'm like eggless. Lord Artorial and the First Commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emelian, and I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since we last saw him.
They should have left me in charge. Although, to be honest, I probably would have killed her too. Oh, Lucia's here. Oh, she gonna be pissed. She gonna be pissed. My apologies, Floor. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There'll be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman from Lord Emelian, ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posting as servants as guards. Several were taken alive. Others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Shurigens are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been more fruitful labours. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. One of them doesn't believe us. You spoke with them then, I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Oh. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we've convinced them before, and we will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Floor, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Yeah, I'll tell him you fucked up. Get up, Emmeline. You're going with her. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person, is that clear? Yeah, my lord. Come on, right? Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him in some time. Honroy betrayal? Honroy, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Honroy. I could have sworn he was. No, he's been kidnapped. Honroy would never betray us. He's loyal. The loyal one. Honroy! Woo! Honroy! Woo! Where are you? If I was a little Honroy, where would I hide? Down here somewhere. But don't call him a little hemorrhoid. The outside? Can he be up on the walls, perhaps? Mayhap. No. Be up here? No. Is he inside a building? Woohoo! Can I go in here? No. Sneaky little bastard. Where are you? Might not be somebody stood on him or something. You in there? No. Where is he, the little fucker? I'm gonna find him. I've obviously gone past him somewhere. I mean... Is he dead?
Oh no! What?
Oh, wow.
No, no! What have they done to you? Oh no! What? Oh no! What?
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Oh, it's only a boy.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Oh no! What?
Is he legit dead?
Calm yourself. The boy will live.
Oh.
But
Thanks,
it's
Doctor.
imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Chirurgeon? It was pronounced Chirurgeon in ARR.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Not create a martyr.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Oh, brother.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them.
Liar.
And I have failed.
Yeah, true.
Learn to live with it. I have.
I have almost turned up to several battles. And I have almost taken part in the defense of Eorzea. And I have nearly helped out my friends on a number of occasions. And I failed. And I failed. Are we just leaving the kid here or what? He's still alive. I'll take him to the Chirurgians. It's the least they can do. He literally saved you from the Warriors of Darkness. I'm pretty sure I could have killed every single last one of them, though. Like, saved is a strong word. 90% sure I could have eradicated their entire lives. Copium? No way, man! Really? Oh, come on. Just because he was there does not mean he saved me, okay? I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past. There is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... And money. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend in Ishgard. So is he not coming with us then? Oh, I want the lad to come with us. We should drag him. We should drag him here by his underpants. Did you sort the mouse out? Are you mouse free? Let Ben in the car. You can hear a mouse in the car. I know what mouse sounds like. Just let Ben in the car. He'll find it. Make sure we don't feed him for a couple of days. He'll find it real fast. It's going down, mouse. Probably in the glove box. Did you check the glove box? You gotta be careful. It'll eat through the carpet. It's not going to chew through metal. It's a mouse. But it will chew through the carpet. It'll try and make itself a home like ham bones. You are expected, miss. Pray proceed. I don't think I've ever seen a mouse in the wild. I don't think so. Where would I be that would be a mouse? I've seen them in shops and whatnot, but I don't think I've ever encountered a mouse out in the wild. Oh, there's no mice. I live in a clean city. There's no mice lining my streets. What do you mean, how? Like, how often are you guys seeing mice? Sheltered life? How often are you guys seeing mice? Like, genuinely? All the time? What? What do you mean, all the time? I don't think you should be seeing mice that often, if I'm being honest with you. Emma sees them, because she's at the farm all the time. Look, I don't leave this room, and there's no mice in here. Ergo, I haven't seen a mouse. A mouse. Did the streamer misspeak? Get him. Get him. Chirurgian. Yeah? Now you know. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Floor. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It is rumoured that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? Let me tell it! Let me tell it! He fucked it right up. And then he killed an innocent person. Let's see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. Yeah, she wasn't innocent. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that to be taken away. Is it any wonder they were left bereft?
But what was his sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmont, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. Aye. We must needs find a way to honour the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorifying in their excesses. Difficult path to be sure. We dare not deny the scars that mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other delusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy and an undeniably righteous cause is a bitter reflection. But lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve us well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen the ties between our nations, and to test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits.
We're having the games? We're having the games!
Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which could stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shade of the Gates of Judgment, our victory under such circumstances would serve as reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever.
Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though, even to hold our own against the cream of 3 nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You may count on my support for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son, Emmanuel, take part in the Grand Melee. By his deeds he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. I mean... I don't know about that, brother.
As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Floor, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once to begin making arrangements for the Grand Melee.
Should you chance to see my son, pray, inform him of his duty. If he is not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. Oh, Alfie's gonna be so excited. Ore Eorzea! Alfie's gonna be so, like, hype. It's gonna be insufferable. He's gonna whip out his book. He's gonna do his Power Rangers dance. He's gonna do the whole thing, man. So that is their solution. The Grand Melee to unite the people. What part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them? When the proposition is made, will you stand for Ishgard once more? It's getting to be a bit much, isn't it? I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. I can't be in the games. Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, then. The living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Oh, it's curiosity, is it? Yeah, you need to go and see Hilda, do you, Thancred? Yeah? Busy, are we? I'll go and do the jobs. No, I'll go see Lucia. You go see Hilda, yeah? Out of curiosity. Yeah, okay. Alright, no problem. No problem. Well met, Floor. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? Gonna have some games? I was aware of the Alliance's request, so
Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It's not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he know? I consider it of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray, deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Dr. Madness! They called me Dr. Madness. Dr. Madness. Da, 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 da. Who's a good egg? Who?
Me.
Who's a good egg? Who are you supporting now? You're giving your support to someone. I don't know about that. Thancred? Oh, Dr. Madness. I don't know. Dr. Madness might be a good egg. I have no idea. Can you do a Devon accent, Emma? Devon.
It's funny because I can't because getting stolen that power.
Alright, this lady has a Devon accent. Hilda. Yeah, you've really got to think about it. Think about like you eat pie every day.
Been telling me all about Sir Emetric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we ain't dressed to have a dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, wait. Seems like the first commander's gone, and hadn't picked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting, too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads, if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh?
Think about it, eh? I hate to ask.
Wait,
but you
that's
haven't
me.
seen our favourite lordling, have you? You're not Thancred. I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search the foundation and you the pillars. So, you're all good. You're all good. Thank you.
Am I good?
That was better than mine. My Devon accent is atrocious. That was astounding. Spot on. 10 out of 10. Okay. Well, if I did that accent, like, I would be the worst. Oh, can I sell things to this person here? Mm-hmm. Nope. Alright, onwards. I have so many bags of money. Or did we sell them eventually? No, I have 80 bags of cash. The jeweled crozier. Let's go. Very British, innit? It's only because you guys think Lockstock is how we all talk. You think Lockstock was like a documentary on England. Ooh, buns glazing. Oh, there he is. I carried horror to the man. Horror. The manor. Our best Kyrugian's attending to him as we speak. He is yet to awake. But surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family. Always making my decisions for me. I think my character hates this guy. Well, it's not like that, it's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand, how could you? You are free to be with the woman you want to be, whereas I'm the son of House Fort Tom, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born.
what I could and could not do. Alright, Harry. Right or wrong, that was the way of it. Till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I bet better men that make them for me. Do this, do that. Take this duty, guard this conference. Suppose I convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honora, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there was only me. Only me.
Keep banging, brother.
But you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Which cowardice is what brought me to this point. I'll go to Sir Emmerich and I will make my own decision. Oh no, what? Oh no, what? So it's to be Harry then. Excellent. We're all decided. He shall be now named Harry. Good job, everybody. Harry. He shall now be called Harry. A very French name, Harry. A-R-R-R-Y. Perfect. The Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matter demands his personal attention? I see. Very well. You may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
It's going to be good. Alright, let me place a bet on myself here. He's got to rise to the occasion.
Proceed. How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends.
You can't win.
I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
really hope he gets beaten in the first round. Like, badly as well.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights. And I would not soon yield this duty.
You're supporting this guy now? There's no hope for you lot.
The esteemed Sir Emmerich leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
No, I don't want to join. No. No.
An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause.
I'm not fighting with him.
Shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side.
Thancred. Say Thancred.
I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend? One more
I'm not being a coward. If I take part, I'm going to dominate this thing. And that means that by default, this idiot wins. Oh, give me a choice, man. PG.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages. A celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
It's Emmerich. Emmerich and Lucia can join forces, right? Emmerich, Lucia, and Pussy Pants. What a team. I will be Popcorn Inspector. I would even team up with Thancred and Ish. Or Tataru and Ish. Or Rianje and Ish. Right? We can make a little Scions team. We can have a little flag. It'll have Minfilia's face on it. Boo-hoo. You know, the whole business. God help me. I think I might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. Right? That's what I'm saying. It's unfair. Or did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight and yours, but not mine. Not mine. Augmented Hellfire Claws. They just pop out into flame, eh? That's pretty cool. Who uses fist weapons? Monks? Cool. Oh, we got a little victory emote. Yay. Sir Emmerich informs me the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made, and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Floor. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces. Outside the Cartano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Okay. Speak with Pussy Pants at the Gates of Judgment. Wonder if we have to toss the caber and whatnot. What kind of games do you reckon Ishgard has? Tossing the pulpit. Shit like that. Like some religious twist on everything. Swim in the holy water. They really need to ban dragon wing eating, though. That's not going to help our cause at all.
There she is. I say, when you did disappear, I began to question... Nothing. Never mind. To think there would be mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle, that I... Yeah... But what if... Or what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Harry, when he wakes. Okay. I am ready, old girl. Are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father, bid me present this to you. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colours of House Fort Tom in battle. Pray, do us this honour. Oh, God, the little general's here. What am I wearing? I need a hat. I need a hat so badly.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gradanian and Luminston forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardan forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. Can I fail this? What the hell? Man's on a chain. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory. I'm just going to AoE everybody, right?
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
He better not get picked as our dude, right? Nobody choose him with the ethereal tether, I swear to God. Oh, this dude's gonna wipe us so hardcore. If this was a boost run, I'd have him kill himself immediately. Admiral. And the other two. Admiral.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
You're about to get moogled, dudes. Ten points for Gryffindor!
Please, God!
Can you select the guy? Oh my God, this is so frustrating.
Is that all you've got?
Who's next? It's him over there. Next. Are we winning? Wait, they've got no tenors left. What? What kind of BS is this? Dude. Right, you're not bringing down Lucia. You can forget that, dude. No, there'll be none of that. They're focusing Lucia. Someone crowd control or what? Stay there, Lucia. Oh, this prick's going for Lucia again. I see him. Oh, they ganked Lucia! Bruh.
It ends here.
Right there!
Imagine letting a mage free cast. These guys are terrible at PvP. Oh, I'm marked! Woohoo! Cyclops! Everyone on guard! Old jiggly tits. All forces, fall back! Oh, way up. They're trying too hard with him now. You see what I'm saying? They're trying really hard. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces form a line on floor now. Why is Raman giving the stink eye? Oh, he's still PvPing. Emmerich, if you lose to the old one-armed man... Me against Raban? You don't want any of this. You don't. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Well met, I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all.
You're about to get moogled, son. Oh, he's got health.
Dude, my boy's got mechanics. You have to hit me though, dude. Otherwise, this is really unfair. I'm just beating up a one-armed man now. What the fuck is this? You're gonna blow me up. Don't need to hide behind a rock. No? Make it fair. Cut off your own arm. Now we shall fight. Go on, Admiral. Go on. Go on, you know you want it. Fucking Ross, man.
Did she win? Then we...
Yes, you won something for the first time in your life.
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
There's no way that if this was real, they would let the Warrior of Light be on one of the
fought.
teams.
Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Is he sad now because they cheered me on?
Oh, my lungs are burning.
I know. He thinks he
I can
won.
barely stand.
Aw.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond.
You did a really great job.
The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
Yeah.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
I'm offended.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn.
Yeah, they're just letting you know we noticed. That's all. Just letting you know we noticed. Interesting choice.
On the subject of
No, it's
surprise,
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I cannot help but
We just
marvel
noticed
at
is
the
all.
passion
We
and
noticed.
unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Yeah. I missed my hat.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them. Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns.
He has cancer? What?
Make that 2 dozen.
Jesus
Still,
Christ.
as your Stola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time.
What the fuck?
One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
That's as bad as I saw before. Horshiphon looking down from heaven like Kappa. You know, like he would do. I'm sure he's up there now looking down on us thinking, Kappa. Oh my god, how long have I been stood here? Have I been stood here for ages? Oh my god. Sir Coltus, Shacky Boys, after the last. Hello to you, sir. Welcome, man. Mr. Massey. I just heard Emma's Devon accent. It was crisp. You can retire your Devon accent now. I don't even try to do the Devon accent anymore. It's just, it's too hard. Rob on.
Those balls. I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been very different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you've come, how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it.
Can't we celebrate together? Isn't that the whole point?
Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us.
Lead on, father!
Thanks, Pippin.
Me and my bloated cat are out of here. Hopping out. That's Pippin. Why are we not celebrating together? It was supposed to be a games, right? You don't just leave when you lose. We party. We eat, like, meats. And drink the mead.
Said your goodbyes. In all the years I have known Raban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Floor. You made this happen.
I suppose. 240? Get away from me.
You have learned the emo. Victory.
Wonderful.
for those we can yet save. We have done it, nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Oh, we're all dead. Don't like this. We're all still... Why is he all tired?
My lord!
Harry!
Au revoir, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
Why are you flexing in front of a little kid? Don't like him.
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest.
Oh, we're doing it again.
We will
Round
make
2.
peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
That was proper. That was right and true.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
Uh-huh.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Oh? 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 We're in, boys. Oh, here he is. It's been a while. They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious, would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell others only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for my time. I want to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect. What matters here seems to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artoirel has need of our assistance. Alright. The stream's not solely copium. It certainly is, because I actually have to go now. It's a good place to stop. We're doing this first thing in the morning. Okay? First thing in the morning. before we drop into some Warframe, we're doing it first thing in the morning. I promise. I promise. That's a promise from me. That's a promise from me to you. But I've got a team meeting in like 20 minutes. So I need to get ready for that. I'm sorry. It's not the worst place to stop. It's not. It's not. It's not copium, man. It's not copium, dude. I swear to you. I swear to you. It's been a great day. We've killed primals. We've done all the Heaven's Ward dungeons. Let's be thankful for the time we had together. All right? Let's be thankful for that time that we had together. All right? Now, okay, let's go say hi to Scripe, who is rocking the Savage Raids. I was talking to Scripe this morning. He's going to be a dad. If you don't know, Scripe has just found out he's going to be a father. Give him a baby rage. Just give him a baby rage. Even if you pop it off to somewhere else, give our boy Scripe a baby rage. He's going to be a dad. It's happened. It's official. We had a good time. We're going to the conference first thing in the morning. I promise you. Hand on heart. We won't even go to the Golden Saucer. We won't. We won't even go to the Golden Saucer. I swear to you. We won't do that. Be good. My promises. Not lies. Give him a baby rage. In 3, 2, 1. Baby rage. Let's do it.